This is continuation of reading Heaven and Hell by Emanuel Swedenborg. Chapter 43. The Deceitful Arts of Hellish Spirits. The immensity of the heaven of the Lord is evident from many things that have been said and shown in the foregoing chapters, especially from this, that heaven is from the human race, both from those born within the church and from those born out of it. Thus it consists of all from the beginning of this earth that have lived a good life. How great a multitude of men there is in this entire world. Anyone who knows anything about the divisions, the regions, and kingdoms of the earth may conclude. Whoever goes into a calculation will find that several thousands of men die every day. That is, some myriads of millions every year, and this from the earliest times, since which several thousands of years have elapsed. All of these, after death, have gone into the other world, which is called the spiritual world, and they are constantly going into it. But how many of these have become or are becoming angels of heaven cannot be told. This I have been told, that in ancient times the number was very great, because men then thought more interiorly and spiritually, and from such thought were in heavenly affection, but in the following ages not so many, because in the process of time man became more external, and began to think more naturally, and from such thought to be in earthly affection. All of this shows how great heaven is even from the inhabitants of this earth alone. The immensity of the heaven of the Lord is shown also by this, that all children, whether born within the church or out of it, are adopted by the Lord and become angels, and the number of these amounts to a fourth or fifth part of the whole human race on the earth, that every child, wherever born, whether within the church or out of it, whether of pious or impious parents, is received by the Lord when it dies, and is brought up in heaven, and is taught and imbued with affections for good, and through these with knowledges of truth, in accordance with divine order, and as he becomes perfected in intelligence and wisdom, is brought into heaven and becomes an angel, can be seen above. From all this a conclusion may be formed of the multitude of angels of heaven derived from this source alone, from the first creation to the present time. Again, how immense the heaven of the Lord is can be seen from this, that all the planets visible to the eye in our solar system are earths, and moreover, that in the whole universe there are innumerable earths, all of them full of inhabitants. These have been treated of particularly in a small work on those earths, from which I will quote the following passage. It is fully known in the other life that there are many earths inhabited by men from which spirits and angels come. For everyone there who desires, from a love of truth and of use, to do so is permitted to talk with spirits of other earths, and thus be assured that there is a plurality of worlds, and learn that the human race is not from one earth alone, but from innumerable earths. I have frequently talked about this with spirits of our earth, and was told that any intelligent person ought to know from many things that he does know that there are many earths inhabited by men. For it may be reasonably inferred that immense bodies like the planets, some of which exceed this earth in magnitude, are not empty masses created merely to be borne through space, and to be carried around the sun, and to shine with their scanty light for the benefit of a single earth, but must have a more important use. He that believes, as everyone must believe, that the divine created the universe for no other end than that the human race might exist, and heaven therefrom, for the human race is a seminary of heaven, must needs believe that wherever there is an earth, there are men. The planets visible to us because they are within the limits of our solar system, our earths is evident from their being bodies of earthy matter, which is known from their reflecting the sun's light, and from their not appearing, when viewed through telescopes, like stars sparkling with flame. But like earths, varied with darker portions, also from their passing like our earth around the sun, and following in the path of the zodiac, thus making years and seasons of the year, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, also revolving on their axes like our earth, making days and times of the day morning, midday, evening, and night, also from some of them having moons, called satellites, that revolve around their earth at stated times, as the moon does around ours, while the planet Saturn, being at a greater distance from the sun, has also a large luminous belt which gives much light, though reflected, to that earth. Who that knows all this and thinks rationally can ever say that the planets are empty bodies? Moreover, I have said to spirits that man might believe that there are more earths in the universe than one, from the fact that the starry heaven is so immense, and the stars there so innumerable, and each of them in its place or in its system a sun, resembling our sun, although of a varying magnitude. Anyone who duly weighs the subject must conclude that such an immense whole must needs be a means to an end that is the final end of creation. And this end is a heavenly kingdom in which the divine may dwell with angels and men. For the visible universe, or the heaven illumined by stars so numberless, which are so many suns, is simply a means for the existence of earths with men from whom the heavenly kingdom is derived. From all this, a rational man must needs conclude that so immense a means to so great an end could not have been provided merely for the human race on a single earth. What would this be for a divine that is infinite, to which thousands and even myriads of earths, all of them full of inhabitants, would be little and scarcely anything? There are spirits whose sole pursuit is the acquisition of knowledge. Because their delight is in this alone, and for this reason they are permitted to wander about, and even to pass out of our solar system into others, in acquiring knowledge. These spirits, who are from the planet Mercury, have told me that there are earths with men upon them, not only in this solar system, but also beyond it in the starry heaven in immense numbers. It was calculated that, with 1,000,000 earths in the universe, and on each earth 300 millions of men, and 200 generations in 6,000 years, and a space of 3 cubic ells to each man or spirit, the total number of so many men or spirits would not fill the space of this earth, and scarcely more than the space of one of the satellites about one of the planets. A space in the universe so small as to be almost invisible. Since a satellite can scarcely be seen by the naked eye, what is this for the Creator of the universe, to whom it would not be sufficient if the whole universe were filled? Since he is infinite. I have talked with angels about this, and they said that they had a similar idea of the fewness of the human race compared with the infinity of the Creator, although their thought is from states, not from spaces, and that in their thought, earths amounting to as many myriads as could possibly be conceived of would still be nothing at all to the Lord. The earths in the universe, with their inhabitants and the spirits and angels from them, are treated of in the above-mentioned work. What is there related has been revealed and shown to me, to the intent that it may be known that the heaven of the Lord is immense, and that it is all from the human race. Also that our Lord is everywhere acknowledged as the God of heaven and earth. Again, the immensity of the heaven of the Lord is shown in this, that heaven in its entire complex reflects a single man, and corresponds to all things and each thing in man, and that this correspondence can never be filled out, since it is a correspondence not only with each of the members, organs, and viscera of the body in general, but also with all and each of the little viscera and little organs contained in these, in every minutest particular, and even with each vessel and fiber, and not only with these but also with the organic substances that receive interiorly the influx of heaven, from which come man's interior activities that are serviceable to the operations of his mind, since everything that exists interiorly in man exists in forms which are substances. For anything that does not exist in a substance as its subject is nothing. There is a correspondence of all these things with heaven, as can be seen from the chapter treating of the correspondence of all things of heaven with all things of man. This correspondence can never be filled out, because the more numerous the angelic affiliations are that correspond to each member, the more perfect heaven becomes. And this, for the reason that all there have the same end, and look with one accord to that end. That end is the common good, and when that reigns there is, from the common good, good to each individual, and from the good of each individual there is good to the whole community. This is so for the reason that the Lord turns all in heaven to himself, and thereby makes them to be one in himself, that the unanimity and concord of many, especially from such an origin and held together by such a bond, produces perfection. Everyone with a reason at all enlightened can see clearly. I have also been permitted to see the extent of the inhabited and also of the uninhabited heaven. And the extent of the uninhabited heaven was seen to be so great that it could not be filled to eternity, even if there were many myriads of earths, and as great a multitude of men on each earth as on ours. That heaven is not immense, but it is of limited extent, is a conclusion that some have derived from certain passages in the Word, understood according to the sense of its letter, for example, where it is said that only the poor are received into heaven, or only the elect, or only those within the church, and not those outside of it, or only those for whom the Lord intercedes, that heaven is closed when it is filled, and that this time is predetermined. But such are unaware that heaven is never closed, and that there is no time predetermined or any limit of number, and that those are called the elect who are in a life of good and truth. and those are called poor, who are lacking in knowledge of good and truth, and yet desire them. And such from that desire are also called hungry. Those that have conceived an idea of the small extent of heaven from the word not understood believe it to be in one place where all are gathered together when, in fact, heaven consists of innumerable societies. Such also have no other idea than that heaven is granted to everyone from mercy, apart from means, and thus that there is admission and reception from mere favor, and they fail to understand that the Lord, from mercy, leads everyone who accepts him, and that he accepts him, who lives in accordance with the laws of divine order, which are the precepts of love and of faith, and that the mercy that is meant is to be thus led by the Lord from infancy to the last period of life in the world, afterwards to eternity. Let them know, therefore, that every man is born for heaven, and that he is received that receives heaven in himself in the world, and he that does not receive it is shut out. Chapter 44. The topography and vastness of the hells. The world of spirits is not heaven, nor is it hell, but it is the intermediate place or state between the two. For it is the place that man first enters after death, and from which, after a suitable time, he is either raised up into heaven or cast down into hell in accord with his life in the world. The world of spirits is an intermediate place between heaven and hell, and also an intermediate state of the man after death. It has been shown to me not only that it is an intermediate place, having the hells below it and the heavens above it, but also that it is in an intermediate state, since so long as man is in it, he is not yet either in heaven or in hell. The state of heaven in man is the conjunction of good and truth in him, and the state of hell is the conjunction of evil and falsity in him. Whenever good in a man's spirit is conjoined to truth, he comes into heaven, because that conjunction, as just said, is heaven in him. But whenever evil in a man's spirit is conjoined with falsity, he comes into hell, because that conjunction is hell in him. That conjunction is effected in the world of spirits, man then being in an intermediate state. It is the same thing whether you say the conjunction of the understanding and the will, or the conjunction of good and truth. Let something first be said about the conjunction of the understanding and the will, and its being the same thing as the conjunction of good and truth. That being the conjunction that is effected in the world of spirits. Man has an understanding and the will. The understanding receives truths and is formed out of them, and the will receives goods and is formed out of them. Therefore, whatever a man understands and thinks from his understanding he calls true, and whatever a man wills and thinks from his will he calls good. From his understanding, man can think and thus perceive both what is true and what is good, and yet he thinks what is true and good from the will only when he wills it and does it. When he wills it and from willing does it, it is both in his understanding and in his will, consequently in the man. For neither the understanding alone nor the will alone makes the man, but the understanding and will together. Therefore whatever is in both is in the man, and is appropriated to him. That which is in the understanding alone is in man, and yet not really in him. It is only a thing of his memory, or a matter of knowledge in his memory about which he can think when in company with others and outside of himself, but not in himself, that is, about which he can speak and reason, and can simulate affections and gestures that are in accord with it. This ability to think from the understanding and not at the same time from the will is provided that man may be capable of being reformed, for reformation is effected by means of truths, and truths pertain to the understanding, as just said. For in respect to his will, man is born into every evil, and therefore of himself wills good to no one but himself, and one who wills good to himself alone delights in the misfortunes that befall another, especially when they tend to his own advantage. For his wish is to divert to himself the goods of all others, whether honors or riches, and so far as he succeeds in this, he inwardly rejoices, to the end that this will of man may be corrected and reformed. An ability to understand truths, and an ability to subdue, by means of truths, the affections of evil that spring from the will are given to man. This is why man has this ability to think truths with his understanding, and to speak them and do them. But until man is such that he wills truths and does them from himself, that is, from the heart, he is not able to think truths from his will when he becomes such. Whatever he thinks from his understanding belongs to his faith, and whatever he thinks from his will belongs to his love, and in consequence, his faith and his love, like his understanding and his will, are conjoined in him. To the extent, therefore, that the truths of the understanding and the goods of the will are conjoined, That is, to the extent that a man wills truths, and does them from his will, he has heaven in himself. Since the conjunction of good and truth, as just said, is heaven, and on the other hand, just to the extent that the falsities of the understanding and the evils of the will are conjoined, man has hell in himself. Since the conjunction of falsity and evil is hell, but so long as the truths of the understanding and the goods of the will are not conjoined, man is in an intermediate state. At the present time, nearly everyone is in such a state that he has some knowledge of truths, and from his knowledge and understanding gives some thought to them. He conforms to them either much or little or not at all, or acts contrary to them from a love of evil and consequent false belief. In order, therefore, that man may have in him either heaven or hell, he is first brought, after death, into the world of spirits, and there with those who are to be raised up into heaven, good and truth are conjoined, and with those who are to be cast down into hell, evil and falsity are conjoined. For neither in heaven nor in hell is anyone permitted to have a divided mind, that is, to understand one thing, and to will another, but everyone must understand what he wills, and will what he understands. Therefore, in heaven, he who wills good understands truth, while in hell, he who wills evil understands falsity. So in the intermediate state, the falsities that the good have are put away, and truths that agree and harmonize with their good are given them, while the truths that the evil have are put away, and falsities that agree and harmonize with their evil are given them. This shows what the world of spirits is. In the world of spirits there are vast numbers, because the first meeting of all is there and all are there, explored and prepared. The time of their stay in that world is not fixed. Some merely enter it, and are soon either taken into heaven or are cast down into hell. Some remain only a few weeks, some several years, but not more than 30. These differences in the time they remain depend on the correspondence or lack of correspondence of man's interiors with his exteriors. How man is led in that world from one state into another, and prepared shall now be told. As soon as men after death enter the world of spirits, the Lord clearly discriminates between them, and the evil are at once attached to the infernal society in which they were, as to their ruling love while in the world. And the good are at once attached to the heavenly society in which they were, as to their love, charity, and faith, while in the world, but although they are thus divided, all that have been friends and acquaintances in the life of the body, especially wives and husbands, and also brothers and sisters, meet and converse together whenever they so desire. I have seen a father talking with 6 sons, whom he recognized, and have seen many others with their relatives and friends, but having from their life in the world diverse dispositions, after a short time they separate. But those who have passed from the world of spirits into heaven, or into hell, unless they have a like disposition from a like love, no longer see or know each other. The reason that they see each other in the world of spirits, but not in heaven or in hell, is that those who are in the world of spirits are brought into one state after another, like those they experienced in the life of the body. But afterwards all are brought into a permanent state in accord with their ruling love, and in that state one recognizes another only by similarity of love, for then similarity joins and dissimilarity disjoins. As the world of spirits is an intermediate state between heaven and hell with man, so it is an intermediate place with the hells below and the heavens above. All the hells are shut towards that world, except when, as already said, there is pressing need. In like manner, heaven is shut on all sides and is opened only through a narrow way, the entrance to which is also guarded. These outlets and entrances are what are called in the word the gates and doors of hell and of heaven. The world of spirits appears like a valley between mountains and rocks, with windings and elevations here and there. The gates and doors of the heavenly societies are visible to those only who are prepared for heaven. Others cannot find them. There is one entrance from the world of spirits to each heavenly society, opening through a single path which branches out in its ascent into several. The gates and doors of the hells also are visible only to those who are about to enter, to whom they are then opened. When these are opened, gloomy and seemingly sooty caverns are seen tending obliquely downwards to the abyss, where again there are many doors. From these caverns nauseous and fetid stenches exhale, which good spirits flee from because they abominate them, but evil spirits seek for them because they delight in them. For as everyone in the world has been delighted with his own evil, so after death he is delighted with the stench to which his evil corresponds. In this respect, the evil may be likened to rapacious birds and beasts, like ravens, wolves, and swine, which fly or run to carrion or dunghills when they scent their stench. I heard a certain spirit crying out loudly as if from inward torture when struck by a breath flowing forth from heaven. But he became tranquil and glad as soon as a breath flowing forth from hell reached him. With every man there are two gates, one that leads to heaven and one that leads to hell. The gate to heaven is open to goods and their truths, while the gate to hell is open to evils and their falsities. Those that are in evil and its falsity have the gate to hell opened in them, and only through chinks from above does something of light from heaven flow into them, and by that inflowing they are able to think, to reason, and to speak. But the gate to heaven is opened in those that are in good and its truth. For there are two ways that lead to the rational mind of man, a higher or internal way through which good and truth from the Lord enter, and a lower or external way through which evil and falsity enter from hell. The rational mind itself is at the middle point to which the ways tend. In proportion as light from heaven is admitted, man is rational, but so far as it is not admitted, he is not rational, however rational he may seem to himself to be. This has been said to make known the nature of the correspondence of man with heaven and with hell. While man's rational mind is being formed, it corresponds to the world of spirits. What is above it corresponds to heaven, and what is below to hell. With those preparing for heaven, the regions above the rational mind are opened, but those below are closed to the influx of evil and falsity, while with those preparing for hell, the parts below it are opened, and the parts above it are closed to the influx of good and truth. Thus the latter can look only to what is below themselves, that is, to hell, while the former can look only to what is above themselves, that is, to heaven. To look above themselves is to look to the Lord, because he is the common center to which all things of heaven look, while to look below themselves is to look backward from the Lord to the opposite center, to which all things of hell look and tend. When spirits are mentioned, those that are in the world of spirits are meant, but when angels are mentioned, those that are in heaven are meant. Chapter 45. The Dynamic Balance of Heaven and Hell. Whoever duly considers the subject can see that as the body is material, it is not the body that thinks, but the soul which is spiritual. The soul of man, upon the immortality of which many have written, is his spirit, for this, as to everything belonging to it, is immortal. This also is what thinks in the body, for it is spiritual, and what is spiritual receives what is spiritual and lives spiritually, which is to think and to will. Therefore all rational life that appears in the body belongs to the soul and nothing of it to the body. For the body, as just said, is material, and the material, which is the property of the body, is added to and apparently almost joined to the spirit, in order that the spirit of man may be able to live and perform uses in the natural world. All things of which are material and in themselves devoid of life. And as it is the spiritual only that lives and not the material, it can be seen that whatever lives in man is his spirit, and that the body merely serves it, just as what is instrumental serves a moving living force. An instrument is said indeed to act, to move, or to strike, but to believe that these are acts of the instrument, and not of him who acts, moves, or strikes by means of the instrument, is a fallacy. As everything in the body that lives, and that acts and feels from that life belongs exclusively to the spirit, and nothing of it to the body, it follows that the spirit is the man himself, or what is the same thing, that a man viewed in himself is a spirit possessing a like form. For whatever lives and feels in man belongs to his spirit, and everything in man, from his head to the sole of his foot, lives and feels. In consequence, when the body is separated from its spirit, which is what is called dying, man continues to be a man and to live. I have heard from heaven that some who die, while they are lying upon the bier, before they are resuscitated, continue to think even in their cold body, and do not know that they are not still alive, except that they are unable to move a particle of matter belonging to the body. Unless man were a subject, which is a substance that can serve a source and contain it, he would be unable to think and will. Anything that is supposed to exist apart from a substantial subject is nothing. This can be seen from the fact that a man is unable to see without an organ, which is the subject of his sight, or to hear without an organ, which is the subject of his hearing. Apart from these organs, sight and hearing are nothing and have no existence. The same is true of thought, which is inner sight, and of perception, which is inner hearing. Unless these were in substances, and from substances which are organic forms and subjects, they would have no existence at all. All this shows that man's spirit as well as his body is in a form, and that it is in a human form and enjoys sensories and senses when separated from the body, the same as when it was in it, and that all the life of the eye and all the life of the ear, in a word, all the life of sense, that man has belongs not to his body, but to his spirit, which dwells in these organs and in their minutest particulars. This is why spirits see, hear, and feel as well as men. But when the spirit has been loosed from the body, these senses are exercised in the spiritual world, not in the natural world. The natural sensation that the spirit had when it was in the body it had by means of the material part that was added to it, but it then had also spiritual sensations in its thinking and willing. All this has been said to convince the rational man that, viewed in himself, man is a spirit, and that the corporeal part that is added to the spirit to enable it to perform its functions in the natural and material world is not the man, but only an instrument of his spirit. But evidences from experience are preferable, because there are many that fail to comprehend rational deductions, and those that have established themselves in the opposite view turn such deductions into grounds of doubt by means of reasonings from the fallacies of the senses. Those that have established themselves in the opposite view are accustomed to think that beasts likewise have life and sensations, and thus have a spiritual part, the same as man has, and yet that part dies with the body. But the spiritual of beasts is not the same as the spiritual of man is, for man has what beasts have not, an inmost into which the divine flows, raising man up to itself and thereby conjoining man to itself. Because of this, man, in contrast with beasts, has the ability to think about God and about the divine things of heaven and the church, and to love God from these and in these, and thus be conjoined to him. And whatever can be conjoined to the divine cannot be dissipated, but whatever cannot be conjoined is dissipated. The inmost that man has, in contrast with beasts, has been treated of above, and what was there said will here be repeated, since it is important to have the fallacies dispelled that have been engendered in the minds of many who, from lack of knowledge and trained intellect, are unable to form rational conclusions on the subject. The words are these: I will mention a certain arcanum respecting the angels of the three heavens, which has not hitherto come into anyone's mind, because degrees have not been understood. In every angel and in every man there is an inmost or highest degree, or an inmost or highest something, into which the divine of the Lord first or most directly flows, and from which it disposes the other interiors in him, that succeed in accordance with the degrees of order. This inmost or highest degree may be called the entrance of the Lord to the angel or man, and his veriest dwelling place in them. It is by virtue of this inmost or highest that a man is a man, and distinguished from the animals, which do not have it. From this it is that man, unlike the animals, is capable, in respect to all his interiors which pertain to his mind and disposition, of being raised up by the Lord to himself, of believing in the Lord, of being moved by love to the Lord, and thereby beholding him, and of receiving intelligence and wisdom, and speaking from reason. Also, it is by virtue of this that he lives to eternity. But what is arranged and provided by the Lord in this inmost does not distinctly fall into the perception of any angel, because it is above his thought and transcends his wisdom. In respect to his interiors, man is a spirit. I have been permitted to learn from much experience, which, to employ a common saying, would fill volumes if I were to describe it all. I have talked with spirits as a spirit, and I have talked with them as a man in the body, and when I talked with them as a spirit, they knew no otherwise than that I myself was a spirit and in a human form as they were. Thus did my interiors appear before them, for when talking with them as a spirit, my material body was not seen. That in respect to his interiors, man is a spirit, can be seen from the fact that after his separation from the body, which takes place when he dies, man goes on living as a man just as before. That I might be convinced of this, I have been permitted to talk with nearly everyone I had ever known in their life in the body, with some for hours, with some for weeks and months, and with some for years, and this chiefly that I might be sure of it, and might testify to it. To this may be added that every man, in respect to his spirit, even while he is living in the body, is in a society with spirits, although he does not know it. If a good man he is by means of spirits in some angelic society, if an evil man in some infernal society, and after death he comes into that same society. This has been often told and shown to those who, after death, have come among spirits. Man, to be sure, does not appear in that society as a spirit while he is living in the world, for the reason that he then thinks naturally, But when one is thinking abstractly from the body, because he is then in the spirit, he sometimes appears in his society, and when seen he is easily distinguished from the spirits there. For he goes about meditating and in silence, not looking at others. As soon as any spirit speaks to him, he vanishes. To make clear that man, in respect to his interiors, is a spirit, I will relate from experience what happens when man is withdrawn from the body and what it is to be carried away by the spirit to another place. First, as to withdrawal from the body, it happens thus. Man is brought into a certain state that is midway between sleeping and waking, and when in that state he seems to himself to be wide awake, all the senses are as perfectly awake as in the complete bodily wakefulness, not only the sight and the hearing, but what is wonderful, the sense of touch also, which is then more exquisite than is ever possible when the body is awake. In this state, spirits and angels have been seen to the very life, and have been heard, and what is wonderful have been touched with almost nothing of the body intervening. This is the state that is called being withdrawn from the body, and not knowing whether one is in the body or out of it. I have been admitted into this state only 3 or 4 times that I might learn what it is, and might know that spirits and angels enjoy every sense, and that man does also in respect to his spirit when he is withdrawn from the body. As to being carried away by the spirit to another place, I have been shown by living experience what it is and how it is done, but only 2 or 3 times. I will relate a single instance. Walking through the streets of a city and through fields, talking at the same time with spirits. I knew no otherwise than that I was fully awake, and in possession of my usual sight. Thus I walked on without going astray, and all the while with clear vision, seeing groves, rivers, palaces, houses, men, and other objects. But after walking thus for some hours, suddenly I saw with my bodily eyes and noted that I was in another place. Being greatly astonished, I perceived that I had been in the same state as those who were said to have been led away by the Spirit into another place. For in this state, the distance, even though it be many miles, and the time though it be many hours or days, are not thought of, neither is there any feeling of fatigue, and one is led unerringly through ways of which he himself is ignorant, even to the destined place. But these 2 states of man, which are his states when he is in his interiors, or what is the same when he is in the Spirit, are extraordinary. But as they are states known about in the Church, they were exhibited to me only that I might know what they are. But it has been granted to me now for many years to speak with spirits, and to be with them as one of them, even in full wakefulness of the body. That in respect to his interiors, man is a spirit. There are further evidences in what has been said and shown above, where it is explained that heaven and hell are from the human race, that man is a spirit in respect to his interiors, means in respect to the things pertaining to his thought and will, for these are the interiors themselves that make man to be man, and such a man as he is in respect to these interiors. Chapter 46. Freedom through celestial infernal equilibrium. When the body is no longer able to perform the bodily functions in the natural world that correspond to the spirit's thoughts and affections, which the spirit has from the spiritual world, man is said to die. This takes place when the respiration of the lungs and the beatings of the heart cease. But the man does not die. He is merely separated from the bodily part that was of use to him in the world. While the man himself continues to live, it is said that the man himself continues to live, since man is not a man because of his body, but because of his spirit. For it is the spirit that thinks in man, and thought with affection is what constitutes man. Evidently, then, the death of man is merely his passing from one world into another, and this is why, in the word in its internal sense, death signifies resurrection and continuation of life. There is an inmost communication of the spirit with the breathing and with the beating of the heart, the spirit's thought communicating with the breathing and its affection, which is of love with the heart. Consequently, when these 2 motions cease in the body, there is at once a separation. These 2 motions, the respiration of the lungs and the beating of the heart, are the very bond on the sundering of which the spirit is left to itself, and the body, being then deprived of the life of its spirit, grows cold and begins to decay. This inmost communication of the spirit of man is with the respiration and with the heart, because on these all vital motions depend, not only in general, but in every particular. After the separation, the spirit of man continues in the body for a short time, but only until the heart's action has wholly ceased, which happens variously in accord with the diseased condition that causes death. With some, the motion of the heart continues for some time, with others not so long. As soon as this motion ceases, the man is resuscitated. But this is done by the Lord alone. Resuscitation means the drawing forth of the spirit from the body and its introduction into the spiritual world. This is commonly called the resurrection. The spirit is not separated from the body until the motion of the heart has ceased, for the reason that the heart corresponds to the affection of love, which is the very life of man. For it is from love that everyone has vital heat. Consequently, as long as this conjunction continues, correspondence continues, and thereby the life of the spirit in the body. How this resuscitation is effected has both been told to me and shown to me in living experience. The actual experience was granted to me that I might have a complete knowledge of the process. As to the senses of the body, I was brought into a state of insensibility, thus nearly into the state of the dying, but with the interior life and thought remaining unimpaired, in order that I might perceive and retain in the memory the things that happened to me, and that happened to those that are resuscitated from the dead. I perceived that the respiration of the body was almost wholly taken away, but the interior respiration of the spirit went on in connection with a slight and tacit respiration of the body. Then at first, a communication of the pulse of the heart with the celestial kingdom was established, because that kingdom corresponds to the heart in man. Angels from that kingdom were seen, some at a distance, and 2 sitting near my head. Thus all my own affection was taken away, although thought and perception continued. I was in this state for some hours. Then the spirits that were around me withdrew, thinking that I was dead, and an aromatic odor like that of an embalmed body was perceived. For when the celestial angels are present, everything pertaining to the corpse is perceived as aromatic, and when spirits perceive this, they cannot approach, and in this way evil spirits are kept away from man's spirit when he is being introduced into eternal life. The angels seated at my head were silent, merely sharing their thoughts with mine. And when their thoughts are received, the angels know that the spirit of man is in a state in which it can be drawn forth from the body. This sharing of their thoughts was effected by looking into my face, for in this way in heaven, thoughts are shared. As my thought and perception continued, that I might know and remember how resuscitation is effected. I perceived the angels first tried to ascertain what my thought was, whether it was like the thought of those who are dying, which is usually about eternal life, also that they wished to keep my mind in that thought. Afterwards, I was told that the spirit of man is held in its last thought when the body expires until it returns to the thoughts that are from its general or ruling affection in the world. Especially was I permitted to see and feel that there was a pulling and drawing forth, as it were, of the interiors of my mind, thus of my spirit, from the body, and I was told that this is from the Lord, and that the resurrection is thus effected. The celestial angels who are with the one that is resuscitated do not withdraw from him, because they love everyone. But when the spirit comes into such a state that he can no longer be affiliated with celestial angels, he longs to get away from them. When this takes place, angels from the Lord's spiritual kingdom come, through whom is given the use of light. For before this, he saw nothing, but merely thought. I was shown how this is done. The angels appeared to roll off, as it were, a coat from the left eye towards the bridge of the nose, that the eye might be opened and be enabled to see. This is only an appearance, but to the spirit it seemed to be really done. When the coat thus seems to have been rolled off, there is a slight sense of light, but very dim, like what is seen through the eyelids on first awakening from sleep. To me, this dim light took on a heavenly hue, but I was told afterwards that the color varies. Then something is felt to be gently rolled off from the face, and when this is done, spiritual thought is awakened. This rolling off from the face is also an appearance, which represents the spirit's passing from natural thought into spiritual thought. The angels are extremely careful that only such ideas as savor of love shall proceed from the one resuscitated. They now tell him that he is a spirit. When he has come into the enjoyment of light, the spiritual angels render to the new spirit every service he can possibly desire in that state, and teach him about the things of the other life, so far as he can comprehend them. But if he has no wish to be taught, the spirit longs to get away from the company of the angels. Nevertheless, the angels do not withdraw from him, but he separates himself from them. For the angels love everyone, and desire nothing so much as to render service, to teach, and to lead into heaven. This constitutes their highest delight. When the spirit has thus withdrawn, he is received by good spirits, and as long as he continues in their company, everything possible is done for him. But if he had lived such a life in the world as would prevent his enjoying the company of the good, he longs to get away from the good. and this experience is repeated until he comes into association with such as are in entire harmony with his life in the world, and with such he finds his own life. And what is surprising, he then leads a life like that which he led in the world. This opening state of man's life after death lasts only a few days. How he is afterwards led from one state to another, and finally either into heaven or into hell, will be told in what follows. This, too, I have been permitted to learn by much experience. I have talked with some on the third day after their decease, when the process described above had been completed, especially with 3 whom I had known in the world to whom I mentioned that arrangements were now being made for burying their bodies, I said. For burying them, on hearing which they were smitten with a kind of surprise, saying that they were alive, and that the thing that had served them in the world was what was being buried. Afterwards they wondered greatly that they had not believed in such a life after death while they lived in the body, and especially that scarcely any within the church so believed. Those that have not believed in the world and any life of the soul after the life of the body are greatly ashamed when they find themselves to be alive. But those that have confirmed themselves in that disbelief seek affiliation with their like, and are separated from those that have had faith. Such are for the most part attached to some infernal society, because they have also denied the divine, and have despised the truths of the church. For so far as anyone confirms himself against the eternal life of his soul, he confirms himself also against whatever pertains to heaven and the church. Chapter 47. The essence of divine love and its effects. It has already been shown in several previous chapters that the form of the spirit of man is the human form. That is, that the spirit is a man, even in form, especially where it is shown that every angel has a complete human form, that in respect to his interiors every man is a spirit, and that the angels in heaven are from the human race. This can be seen still more clearly from the fact that it is by virtue of his spirit, and not by virtue of his body, that man is a man, and that the bodily form is added to the spirit in accordance with the spirit's form, and not the reverse, for it is in accordance with its own form that the spirit is clothed with the body. Consequently, the spirit of man acts into every part of the body, even the minutest, insomuch that if any part is not actuated by the spirit, or the spirit is not active in it, it does not live. Anyone can see that this is true from this fact alone. That thought and will actuate all things, and each thing of the body with such entire command that everything concurs, and anything that does not concur is not a part of the body, but is cast out as something without life. And thought and will belong, not to the body, but to the spirit of man. A spirit that has been loosed from the body or the spirit in another man is not visible in the human form to man, because the body's organ of sight, or its eye, so far as it sees in the world, is a material organ. And what is material can see only what is material, while what is spiritual sees what is spiritual. When therefore the material part of the eye becomes darkened, and is deprived of its cooperation with the spiritual, the eye sees spirits in their own form, which is the human form, not only the spirits that are in the spiritual world, but also the spirit of another man, while it is yet in its body. The form of the spirit is the human form, because man is created in respect to his spirit, in the form of heaven. For all things of heaven and of the order of heaven are brought together in the things that constitute the mind of man, and from this comes his capacity to receive intelligence and wisdom. Whether you say the capacity to receive intelligence and wisdom, or the capacity to receive heaven, it is the same thing, as can be seen from what has been shown about the light and heat of heaven, the form of heaven, the wisdom of angels, and in the chapter that the form of heaven as a whole and in part reflects a single man, and this by virtue of the divine human of the Lord, which is the source of heaven and its form. That which has now been said can be understood by the rational man, for he can see it from the connection of causes and from truths in their order, but it is not understood by a man who is not rational, and for several reasons, the chief of which is that he has no desire to understand it, because it is opposed to the falsities that he has made his truths. And he that is unwilling to understand for this reason has closed to his rational faculty the way to heaven, although that way can still be opened whenever the will's resistance ceases. That man is able to understand truths and be rational whenever he so wishes has been made clear to me by much experience. Evil spirits that have become irrational in the world by rejecting the divine and the truths of the church and confirming themselves against them have frequently been turned by divine power towards those who were in the light of truth, and they then comprehended all things as the angels did, and acknowledged them to be true, and also that they comprehended them all. But the moment these spirits relapsed into themselves and turned back to the love of their will, they had no comprehension of truths and affirmed the opposite. I have also heard certain dwellers in hell saying that they knew and perceived that which they did to be evil, and that which they thought to be false, but that they were unable to resist the delight of their love, that is, their will, and that it is their will that drives their thought to see evil as good and falsity as truth. Evidently, then, those that are in falsity from evil have the ability to understand and be rational, but have no wish to, and they have no wish to for the reason that they have loved falsities more than truths, because these agree with the evils in which they are. To love and to will is the same thing, for what a man wills he loves, and what he loves he wills, because the state of men is such that they are able to understand truths if they wish to. I have been permitted to confirm spiritual truths, which are truths of heaven and the church, even by reasonings, and this in order that the falsities by which the rational mind in many has been closed up may be dispersed by reasonings, and thus the eye may perhaps in some degree be opened, for to confirm spiritual goods by reasonings is permitted to all that are in truths. Who could ever understand the word from the sense of its letter, unless he saw from an enlightened reason the truths it contains? Is not this the source of so many heresies from the same word, that the spirit of man, when it has been loosed from the body, is still a man and in a like form, has been proven to me by the daily experience of many years, for I have seen such, and have listened to them 1,000 times, and have talked with them about this fact, that men in the world do not believe them to be men, and that those that do believe this are regarded by the learned as simple. Spirits are grieved at heart that such ignorance still continues in the world, and above all within the church. But this belief, they said, had emanated chiefly from the learned, who had thought about the soul from ideas derived from bodily sense, and from such ideas the only conception they formed of the soul was as being mere thought, and when this is regarded apart from any subject as its containant and source. It is merely a fleeting breath of pure ether that must needs be dissipated when the body dies. But as the Church believes from the Word in the immortality of the soul, they are compelled to ascribe to it something vital, such as pertains to thought, but they deny to it anything of sense, such as man possesses, until it has again been joined to the body. On this opinion, the doctrine in regard to the resurrection is based with the belief that the soul and body will be joined again at the time of the final judgment. For this reason, when anyone thinks about the soul in accordance with this doctrine and these conjectures, he has no conception that it is a spirit and in a human form. And still further, scarcely anyone at this day knows what the spiritual is, and still less that spiritual beings, as all spirits and angels are, have any human form. Consequently, nearly all that go from this world are greatly surprised to find that they are alive and are as much men as before, that they see, hear, and speak, and that their body enjoys the sense of touch as before, with no difference whatever. And when they cease to be astonished at themselves, they are astonished that the Church should know nothing about the state of men after death. Thus, nothing about heaven or hell, when in fact all that have ever lived in the world are in the other life, and live as men. And as they wondered also why this had not been disclosed to man by visions, being an essential of the faith of the Church, they were told from heaven that although this might have been done, since nothing is easier when it is the Lord's good pleasure, yet those that have confirmed themselves in the opposite falsities would not believe, even if they themselves should behold it. Also, that there is danger in confirming anything by visions when men are in falsities, for they would then first believe and afterwards deny, and thus would profane the truth itself, since to believe and afterwards deny is to profane, and those who profane truths are cast down into the lowest and most grievous of all the hells. This danger is what is meant by the Lord's words, "He hath blinded their eyes and hardened their hearts, lest they should see with their eyes and understand with their heart, and should turn and I should heal them." And that those that are in falsities would not believe is meant by these words. Abraham said to the rich man in hell, "They have Moses and the prophets, let them hear them." But he said, "Nay, Father Abraham, but if one came to them from the dead, they would be converted." But Abraham said to him, "If they hear not Moses and the prophets, neither will they believe, though one should rise from the dead." When man first enters the world of spirits, which takes place shortly after his resuscitation, as described above. His face and his tone of voice resemble those he had in the world, because he is then in the state of his exteriors, and his interiors are not as yet uncovered. This is man's first state after death. But subsequently, his face is changed and becomes entirely different, resembling his ruling affection or ruling love, in conformity with which the interiors of his mind had been while he was in the world, and his spirit while it was in the body. The face of a man's spirit differs greatly from the face of his body. The face of his body is from his parents, but the face of his spirit is from his affection, and is an image of it. When the life of the spirit in the body is ended, and its exteriors are laid aside and its interiors disclosed, it comes into this affection. This is man's second state. I have seen some that have recently arrived from the world, and have recognized them from their face and speech, but seeing them afterwards I did not recognize them. Those that had been in good affections appeared with beautiful faces, but those that had been in evil affections with misshapen faces. For man's spirit, viewed in itself, is nothing but his affection, and the face is its outward form. Another reason why faces are changed is that in the other life no one is permitted to counterfeit affections that are not his own, and thus assume looks that are contrary to his love. All in the other life are brought into such a state as to speak as they think, and to manifest in their looks and gestures the inclinations of their will. And because of this, the faces of all become forms and images of their affections, and in consequence, all that have known each other in the world know each other in the world of spirits, but not in heaven, nor in hell. The faces of hypocrites are changed more slowly than those of others, because by practice they had formed a habit of so managing their interiors as to imitate good affections. Consequently, for a long time they appear not unbeautiful, but as that which they had assumed is gradually put off, and the interiors of the mind are brought into accord with the form of their affections. They become, after a while, more misshapen than others. Hypocrites are such as have been accustomed to talk like angels, but interiorly have acknowledged nature alone and not the divine, and have therefore denied what pertains to heaven and the church. It should be known that everyone's human form, after death, is the more beautiful in proportion as he has more interiorly loved divine truths and lived according to them. For everyone's interiors are opened and formed in accordance with his love and life. Therefore, the more interior the affection is, the more like heaven it is, and in consequence, the more beautiful the face is. This is why the angels in the inmost heaven are the most beautiful, for they are forms of celestial love. But those that have loved divine truths more exteriorly, and thus have lived in accordance with them in a more exterior way, are less beautiful, for exterior affections only shine forth from their faces, and through these no interior heavenly love shines, consequently nothing of the form of heaven as it is in itself. There is seen in the faces of such something comparatively obscure, not vivified by anything of interior life shining through it. In a word, all perfection increases toward interiors and decreases toward exteriors. And as perfection increases and decreases, so does beauty. I have seen angelic faces of the third heaven of such radiance, that no painter with all his art could possibly give any such light to his colors, as to equal 1,000th part of the brightness and life that shone forth from their countenances. But the faces of the angels of the lowest heaven may, in some measure, be equaled. In conclusion, I will mention a certain arcanum hitherto unknown to anyone, namely, that every good and truth that goes forth from the Lord and makes heaven is in the human form, and this not only as a whole and in what is greatest, but also in every part and what is least. Also that this form affects everyone who receives good and truth from the Lord, and causes everyone who is in heaven to be in the human form in accordance with his reception of good and truth. It is in consequence of this that heaven is like itself in general and in particular, and that the human form is the form of the whole of every society and of every angel, to which let it be added that it is the form of the least things of thought derived from heavenly love with the angels. No man, however, can easily comprehend this arcanum, but it is clearly comprehended by the angels, because they are in the light of heaven. Chapter 48. Heaven's Receptivity to Divine Love. It has been proved to me by manifold experience that when man passes from the natural world into the spiritual, as he does when he dies, he carries with him all that is, everything that belongs to him as a man, except his earthly body. For when man enters the spiritual world or the life after death, he is in a body as he was in the world, with no apparent difference, since he neither sees nor feels any difference. But his body is then spiritual, and when what is spiritual touches or sees what is spiritual, it is just the same as when what is natural touches or sees what is natural. So when a man has become a spirit, he does not know otherwise than that he is in the same body that he had in the world, and thus does not know that he has died. Moreover, a man's spirit enjoys every sense, both outer and inner, that he enjoyed in the world. He sees as before. He hears and speaks as before. He smells and tastes, and when touched, he feels the touch as before. He also longs, desires, craves, thinks, reflects, is stirred, loves, wills as before. And one who takes delight in studies reads and writes as before. In a word, when a man passes from one life into the other, or from one world into the other, it is like passing from one place into another, carrying with him all things that he had possessed in himself as a man, so that by death, which is only the death of the earthly body, man cannot be said to have lost anything really his own. Furthermore, he carries with him his natural memory, retaining everything that he has heard, seen, read, learned, or thought in the world from earliest infancy even to the end of life. Although the natural objects that are contained in the memory, since they cannot be reproduced in the spiritual world, are quiescent, just as they are when one is not thinking of them. Nevertheless, they are reproduced when the Lord so wills. But more will be said presently about this memory and its state after death. A sensual man finds it impossible to believe that such is the state of man after death, because he cannot comprehend it, for a sensual man must needs think naturally even about spiritual things. Therefore, anything that does not appeal to his senses, that is, that he does not see with his bodily eyes and touch with his hands, he denies the existence of. And yet there is a great difference between man's life in the spiritual world and his life in the natural world, in regard both to his outer senses and their affections, and his inner senses and their affections. Those that are in heaven have more exquisite senses, that is, a keener sight and hearing, and also think more wisely than when they were in the world, for they see in the light of heaven, which surpasses by many degrees the light of the world. And they hear by means of a spiritual atmosphere, which likewise surpasses by many degrees the earthly atmosphere. This difference in respect to the outward senses is like the difference between clear sunshine and dark cloudiness in the world, or between noonday light and evening shade. For the light of heaven, since it is divine truth, enables the eyes of angels to perceive and distinguish most minute things. Moreover, their outer sight corresponds to their inner sight or understanding, for with angels one sight so flows into the other as to act as one with it, and this gives them their great keenness of vision. In like manner, their hearing corresponds to their perception, which pertains both to the understanding and to the will, and in consequence they perceive in the tone and words of one speaking the most minute things of his affection and thought, in the tone what pertains to his affection, and in the words what pertains to his thought. But the other senses with the angels are less exquisite than the senses of seeing and hearing, for the reason that seeing and hearing serve their intelligence and wisdom, and the rest do not. If the other senses were equally exquisite, they would detract from the light and joy of their wisdom, and would let in the delight of pleasures pertaining to various appetites, and to the body, and so far as these prevail they obscure and weaken the understanding. This takes place in the world, where men become gross and stupid, in regard to spiritual truths, so far as they indulge the sense of taste and yield to the allurements of the sense of touch. From what has already been said and shown in the chapter on the wisdom of the angels of heaven, it can be seen that the inner senses also of the angels of heaven, which pertain to their thought and affection, are more exquisite and perfect than the senses they had in the world. But as regards the state of those that are in hell, the imperfection is equally great. However, the state of these will be treated of hereafter, that when a man leaves the world he takes with him all his memory has been shown to me in many ways, and many of the things I have seen and heard are worthy of mention, some of which I will relate in order. There were some who denied their crimes and villainies, which they had perpetrated in the world, and in consequence that they might not be believed innocent. All their deeds were disclosed and reviewed from their memory, in order, from their earliest to their latest years. These were chiefly adulteries and whoredoms. There were some who had deceived others by wicked arts and had committed thefts. The deceits and thefts of these were also enumerated in detail. many of which were known to scarcely any in the world except themselves. These deeds they confessed because they were plainly set forth with every thought, intention, pleasure, and fear which occupied their minds at the time. There were others who had accepted bribes and had rendered venal judgments, who were similarly explored from their memory, and from it, everything they had done from the beginning to the end of their office was reviewed. Every detail in regard to what and how much they had received, as well as the time and their state of mind and intention, were brought to their recollection and made visibly clear to the number of many hundreds. This was done with several, and, what is wonderful, in some cases, their memorandum books, in which they had recorded these things, were opened and read before them, page by page. Others who had enticed maidens to shame or had violated chastity were called to a like judgment, and the details of their crimes were drawn forth from their memory and reviewed. The very faces of the maidens and women were also exhibited as if present. The places, words, and intentions, and this as suddenly as when a scene is presented to the sight, the exhibitions continuing sometimes for hours. There was one who had made light of slandering others, and I heard his slanders recounted in order, and his defamations with the very words, and the persons about whom and before whom they were uttered, all of which were produced and presented to the very life, although, while he lived in the world, he had most carefully concealed everything. There was one who had deprived a relative of his inheritance under a fraudulent pretext, and he was in like manner convicted and judged. And what is wonderful, the letters and papers that passed between them were read in my hearing, and it was said that not a word was lacking. The same person, shortly before his death, had also secretly poisoned his neighbor. This was disclosed in this way. He appeared to be digging a trench under his feet, from which a man came forth as out of a grave, and cried out to him, "What have you done to me?" Then everything was revealed, how the poisoner had talked with him in a friendly manner, and had held out the cup, also what he thought beforehand and what happened afterwards. All this had been disclosed. He was sentenced to hell. In a word, to each evil spirit, all his evils, villainies, robberies, artifices, and deceits are made clear, and are brought forth from his very memory, and his guilt is fully established. Nor is there any possible room for denial, because all the circumstances are exhibited together. Moreover, I have learned from a man's memory, when it was seen and inspected by angels, what his thoughts had been for a month, one day after another, and this without mistake, the thoughts being recalled just as they arose from day to day. From these examples, it can be seen that man carries with him all of his memory, and that nothing can be so concealed in the world as not to be disclosed after death, which is done in the presence of many according to the Lord's words. There is nothing concealed that shall not be uncovered, and nothing secret that shall not be known. Therefore what ye have spoken in the dark shall be heard in the light, and what ye have spoken in the ear shall be proclaimed on the housetops. In disclosing his acts to a man after death, the angels to whom the office of searching is assigned look into his face, and their search extends through the whole body, beginning with the fingers of each hand, and thus proceeding through the whole. As I wondered at this, the reason was given, namely, that as all things of the thought and will are inscribed on the brain, for their beginnings are there, so are they likewise inscribed on the whole body. Since all things of thought, and will extend from their beginnings into all things of the body, and there terminate as in their outmosts. And this is why the things that are inscribed on the memory from the will, and consequent thought are inscribed not only on the brain, but also upon the whole man, and there exist in order in accordance with the order of the parts of the body. It was thus made clear that man, as a whole, is such as he is in his will and its thought, even to the extent that an evil man is his own evil, and a good man his own good. This shows what is meant by the book of man's life, spoken of in the Word, namely, that all things that he has done, and all things that he has thought, are inscribed on the whole man, and when they are called forth from the memory, they appear as if read in a book, and when the spirit is viewed in the light of heaven, they appear as in an image. I would add something remarkable in regard to the continuance of the memory after death, by which I was assured that not only things in general, but also the minutest particulars that have entered the memory remain and are never obliterated. I saw books there containing writings as in the world, and was told that they were from the memory of those who wrote, and that there was not a single word lacking in them that was in a book written by the same person in the world, and thus all the minutest particulars might be drawn from one's memory, even those that he had forgotten in the world. And the reason was given, namely, that man has an external and an internal memory, an external memory belonging to his natural man, and an internal memory belonging to his spiritual man, and that every least thing that a man has thought, willed, spoken, done, or even heard and seen is inscribed on his internal or spiritual memory, and that what is there is never erased, since it is also inscribed on the spirit itself and on the members of its body, as has been said above, and that the spirit is thus formed in accordance with the thoughts and acts of its will. I know that this sounds like a paradox, and is therefore difficult to believe, but still it is true. Let no one believe, then, that there is anything that a man has ever thought in himself or done in secret that can be concealed after death. But let him believe that all things and each single thing are then laid open as clear as day. Although the external or natural memory remains in man after death, the merely natural things in it are not reproduced in the other life, but only the spiritual things adjoined to the natural by correspondences. But when these are present to sight, they appear in exactly the same form as they had in the natural world. For all things seen in the heavens have just the same appearance as in the world, although in their essence they are not natural but spiritual. But the external or natural memory, in respect to the things in it that are derived from the material, time, space, and from other properties of nature, is not serviceable to the spirit in the way that it was serviceable to it in the world. For whenever man thinks in the world from his external sensual, and not at the same time from his internal or intellectual sensual, he thinks naturally and not spiritually, but in the other life when he is a spirit in the spiritual world. He does not think naturally but spiritually, and to think spiritually is to think intellectually or rationally. For this reason the external or natural memory, in respect to its material contents, is then quiescent, and only those things that man has imbibed in the world by means of material things and has made rational come into use. The external memory becomes quiescent in respect to material things because these cannot then be brought forth. For spirits and angels speak from those affections and thoughts that are proper to their minds, and are therefore unable to give expression to anything that is not in accord with their affections and thoughts, as can be seen in what is said about the speech of angels in heaven and their speech with man. Because of this, man after death is rational, not in the degree that he was skilled in languages and sciences in the world, but in the degree in which he became rational by means of these. I have talked with many who were believed in the world to be learned, because they were acquainted with ancient languages, such as the Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, but had not cultivated their rational faculty by what is written in those languages. Some of them were seen to be just as simple as those who knew nothing of those languages, and some even stupid, and yet they retained the conceit of being wiser than others. I have talked with some who had believed in the world that man is wise in the measure of the contents of his memory, and who had stored up many things in their memory, speaking almost solely from the memory, and therefore not from themselves but from others, and their rationality had not been at all perfected by means of the things in their memory. Some of these were stupid, and some sottish, not in the least comprehending whether a truth is true or not, and seizing upon all falsities that are passed off for truth by those who called themselves learned. For from themselves they are unable to see anything, whether it be true or not, and consequently are unable to see anything rationally when listening to others. I have also talked with some who had written much in the world on scientific subjects of every kind, and had thereby acquired a worldwide reputation for learning. Some of these, indeed, had the ability to reason about truths, whether they are true or not, and some, when they had turned to those who were in the light of truth, had some comprehension, but still had no wish to comprehend them, and therefore, when they were in their own falsities, and thus in themselves, denied them. Some had no more wisdom than the unlearned common people. Thus each differed from the other according as he had cultivated his rational faculty by means of the knowledges he had written about or collated. But those who were opposed to the truths of the Church, and who thought from mere knowledges, and confirmed themselves thereby in falsities, did not cultivate their rational faculty, but cultivated only an ability to reason, which in the world is believed to be rationality. But this ability is wholly different from rationality. It is an ability to prove anything it pleases, and from preconceived principles and from fallacies to see falsities and not truths. Such persons can never be brought to acknowledge truths, because truths cannot be seen from falsities, but falsities may be seen from truths. The rational faculty of man is like a garden or shrubbery, or like fresh ground. The memory is the soil. Truths known and knowledges are the seeds. The light and heat of heaven cause them to grow. Without light and heat, there is no germination. So is it with the mind when the light of heaven, which is divine truth, and the heat of heaven, which is divine love, are not admitted. Rationality is solely from these. It is a great grief to the angels that learned men for the most part ascribe all things to nature, and have thereby so closed up the interiors of their minds as to be unable to see anything of truth from the light of truth, which is the light of heaven. In consequence of this, such in the other life are deprived of their ability to reason that they may not disseminate falsities among the simple good and lead them astray, and are sent away into desert places. A certain spirit was indignant because he was unable to remember many things that he knew in the life of the body, grieving over the lost pleasure which he had so much enjoyed. But he was told that he had lost nothing at all, that he still knew each and everything that he had known. Although in the world where he now was, no one was permitted to call forth such things from the memory, and that he ought to be satisfied that he could now think and speak much better and more perfectly than before, and that his rational was not now immersed as before in gross, obscure, material, and corporeal things, which are of no use in the kingdom into which he had now come. Also that he now possessed everything conducive to the uses of eternal life, and that this is the only way of becoming blessed and happy, and therefore it is the part of ignorance to believe that in this kingdom intelligence perishes with the removal or quiescence of the material things in the memory. For the real fact is that so far as the mind can be withdrawn from things of sense pertaining to the external man or the body, so far it is elevated to things spiritual and heavenly. What these two memories are is sometimes presented to view in the other life in forms not elsewhere seen. For many things which in man take the form only of ideas are there presented as objects of sight. The external memory there presents the appearance of a callus, the internal the appearance of a medullary substance like that in the human brain, and from this what they are can be known. With those that have devoted themselves in the life of the body to the cultivation of the memory alone, and have not cultivated their rational faculty, the callosity appears hard and streaked within, as with tendons. With those that have filled the memory with falsities, it appears hairy and rough because of the confused mass of things in it. With those that have cultivated the memory with the love of self and the world as an end, it appears glued together and ossified. With those that have wished to penetrate into divine arcana by means of learning, especially of a philosophical kind, with an unwillingness to believe until convinced by such proofs, the memory appears like a dark substance, of such a nature as to absorb the rays of light and turn them into darkness. With those that have practiced deceit and hypocrisy, it appears hard and bony, like ebony, which reflects the rays of light. But with those that have been in the good of love and the truths of faith, there is no such callous appearance, because their inner memory transmits the rays of light into the outer, and in its objects or ideas, as in their basis or their ground, the rays terminate and find delightful receptacles. For the outer memory is the outmost of order in which, when goods and truths are there, the spiritual and heavenly things are gently terminated and find their seat. Men living in the world, who are in love to the Lord and charity toward the neighbor, have with them, and in them angelic intelligence and wisdom. But it is then stored up in the inmost of the inner memory, and they are not at all conscious of it, until they put off corporeal things. Then the natural memory is laid asleep, and they awake into their inner memory, and then gradually into angelic memory itself. How the rational faculty may be cultivated shall also be told in a few words. The genuine rational faculty consists of truths and not of falsities. Whatever consists of falsities is not rational. There are three kinds of truths: civil, moral, and spiritual. Civil truths relate to matters of judgment and of government in kingdoms, and in general to what is just and equitable in them. Moral truths pertain to the matters of everyone's life which have regard to companionships and social relations, in general to what is honest and right, and in particular to virtues of every kind. But spiritual truths relate to matters of heaven and of the church, and in general to the good of love and the truth of faith. In every man there are 3 degrees of life. The rational faculty is open to the first degree by civil truths, to the second degree by moral truths, and to the third degree by spiritual truths. But it must be understood that the rational faculty that consists of these truths is not formed and opened by man's knowing them, but by his living according to them. And living according to them means loving them from spiritual affection. And to love truths from spiritual affection is to love what is just and equitable, because it is just and equitable, what is honest and right, because it is honest and right, and what is good and true, because it is good and true, while living according to them and loving them from the bodily affection is loving them for the sake of self and for the sake of one's reputation, honor, or gain. Consequently, so far as man loves these truths from a bodily affection, he fails to become rational, for he loves not them, but himself, and the truths are made to serve him as servants serve their Lord. And when truths become servants, they do not enter the man and open any degree of life in him, not even the first, but merely rest in the memory as knowledges under a material form, and there conjoin themselves with the love of self, which is a bodily love. All this shows how man becomes rational, namely, that he becomes rational to the third degree by a spiritual love of the good and truth, which pertain to heaven and the church. He becomes rational to the second degree by a love of what is honest and right, and to the first degree by a love of what is just and equitable. These two latter loves also become spiritual from a spiritual love of good and truth, because that love flows into them and conjoins itself to them and forms in them as it were its own semblance. Spirits and angels, equally with men, have a memory, whatever they hear, see, think, will, and do remaining with them, and thereby their rational faculty is continually cultivated even to eternity. Thus spirits and angels, equally with men, are perfected in intelligence and wisdom by means of knowledges of truth and good. That angels have a memory I have been permitted to learn by much experience, having seen everything that they have thought and done, both in public and in private. And I have seen those that were in some truth from simple good imbued with knowledges, and thereby with intelligence, and afterwards raised up into heaven. But it must be understood that such are not imbued with knowledges, and thereby with intelligence beyond the degree of affection for good and for truth, that they have attained to while in the world. For such and so much of affection as any spirit or angel had in the world remains with him, and this affection is afterwards perfected by being filled out, which goes on to eternity. For everything is capable of being filled out to eternity, since everything is capable of infinite variation, thus of enrichment by various things, and consequently of multiplication and fructification. To anything good there is no limit, because it is from the infinite, that spirits and angels are being perfected unceasingly in intelligence and wisdom, by means of knowledges of truth and good, may be seen above, in the chapters on the wisdom of the angels of heaven, on the heathen, or people outside the church in heaven, and on little children in heaven. And that this is done to that degree of affection for good and for truth in which they had been in the world, and not beyond it, may be seen in number 349, chapter 49, Good and Truth, Essential Elements of Order. Every Christian knows from the word that one's own life awaits him after death. For it is there said in many passages that man will be judged and rewarded according to his deeds and works. And no one who thinks from good and from real truth can help seeing that he who lives well goes to heaven, and that he who lives wickedly goes to hell. But the evil man is unwilling to believe that his state after death is according to his life in the world. He thinks, especially when he is sick, that heaven is granted to everyone out of pure mercy, whatever his life may have been, and that this is done in accordance with his faith, which he separates from life. That man will be judged and rewarded according to his deeds and works is declared in many passages in the Word, some of which I will here quote. The Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he will render unto everyone according to his works. Blessed are the dead that die in the Lord, yea, saith the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors, for their works follow them. I will give to everyone according to his works. I saw the dead, small and great, standing before God, and the books were opened, and the dead were judged out of the things that were written in the books according to their works. The sea gave up the dead that were in it, and death and hell gave up those that were in them, and they were judged everyone according to their works. Behold, I come, and my reward is with me, to give to everyone according to his works. Everyone that heareth my words and doeth them, I will liken to a prudent man, But everyone that heareth my words and doeth them not is likened to a foolish man. Not everyone that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of the heavens, but he that doeth the will of my Father who is in the heavens. Many will say unto me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name, and through thy name cast out demons, and in thy name done many mighty works? But then will I confess to them, I know you not. Depart from me, ye workers of iniquity. Then shall ye begin to say, We have eaten and drunk before thee. Thou hast taught in our streets. But he will say, I tell you, I know you not, ye workers of iniquity. I will recompense them according to their work and according to the doing of their hands. Jehovah, whose eyes are open upon all the ways of men, to give to everyone according to his ways and according to the fruit of his works. I will visit upon his ways and recompense to him his works. In foretelling the last judgment, the Lord recounts nothing but works, teaching that those that have done good works will enter into eternal life, and those that have done evil works will enter into damnation, as in Matthew, and in many other passages that treat of the salvation and condemnation of man. It is clear that works and deeds constitute the outward life of man, and that the quality of his inward life is made evident in them, but by deeds and works. What they are inwardly is here meant, and not the way they outwardly appear. For everyone knows that every deed and work goes forth from the man's will and thought. Otherwise it would be nothing but a movement like that of an automaton or image. Consequently, a deed or work, viewed in itself, is merely an effect that derives its soul and life from will and thought, even to the extent that it is nothing but will and thought in effect, and thus is will and thought in outward form. From this it follows that a deed or work is in quality such as are the will and thought that produce it. If the thought and will are good, the deeds and works are good. But if the thought and will are evil, the deeds and works are evil, although in outward form they appear alike. 1,000 men may act alike, that is, may do like deeds, so alike in outward form as to be almost undistinguishable, and yet each one, regarded in itself, be different, because from an unlike will. For example, when one acts honestly and justly with a companion, one person may do it for the purpose of appearing to be honest, and just out of regard to himself and his own honor, another out of regard to the world and gain, a third out of regard to reward and merit, a fourth out of regard to friendship, a fifth from fear of the law and the loss of reputation or employment, a sixth that he may draw someone to his own side even when he is in the wrong, a seventh that he may deceive, and others from other motives. In all these instances, although the deeds are good in appearance, since it is a good thing to act honestly and justly with a companion, they are nevertheless evil, because they are done, not out of regard to honesty and justice and for the love of these, but out of regard to love of self and the world which are loved. And honesty and justice are made to serve that love as servants serve a Lord, whom the Lord despises, and dismisses when they fail to serve him. In outward form those act in a like way who act honestly and justly with a companion because they love what is honest and just. Some of these from the truth of faith, or from obedience, because the word so commands, some from the good of faith, or from conscience, because from a religious motive, some from good of charity towards the neighbor, because his good should be consulted, and some from the good of love to the Lord, because good should be done for the sake of good, as also what is honest and just should be done for the sake of honesty and justice. And this they love because it is from the Lord, and because the divine that goes forth from the Lord is in it, and consequently regarded in its very essence, it is divine. The deeds or works of such are inwardly good, and therefore are outwardly good also. For, as has been said above, deeds or works are precisely such in quality as the thought and will from which they proceed, and apart from thought and will they are not deeds and works, but only inanimate movements. All this explains what is meant in the word by works and deeds. As deeds and works are from the will and thought, so are they from the love and faith. Consequently, they are such as the love and faith are, for it is the same thing whether you say one's love or his will, and it is the same thing whether you say one's faith or his established thought. For that which a man loves he wills, and that which a man believes he thinks, and when a man loves what he believes he also wills it, and as far as possible does it. Everyone may know that love and faith are within man's will and thought, and not outside of them, for love is what kindles the will, and the thought is what it enlightens in matters of faith. Therefore, only those that are able to think wisely are enlightened, and in the measure of their enlightenment, they think what is true and will it, or what is the same. They believe what is true and love it. But it must be understood that it is the will that makes the man, while thought makes the man only so far as it goes forth from the will, and deeds and works go forth from both, or what is the same, it is love that makes the man, and faith only so far as it goes forth from love, and deeds or works go forth from both. Consequently, the will or love is the man himself. For whatever goes forth belongs to that from which it goes forth to go forth, is to be brought forth and presented in suitable form for being perceived and seen. All this makes clear what faith is when separated from love, namely, that it is no faith, but mere knowledge which has no spiritual life in it. Likewise, what a deed or work is, apart from love, namely, that it is not a deed or work of life, but a deed or work of death, which possesses an appearance of life from an evil love and a belief in what is false. This appearance of life is what is called spiritual death. Again, it must be understood that in deeds or works the whole man is exhibited, and that his will and thought, or his love and faith, which are his interiors, are not complete until they exist in deeds or works, which are his exteriors. For these are the outmosts in which the will and thought terminate, and without such terminations they are interminate, and have as yet no existence, that is, are not yet in the man. To think and to will without doing, when there is opportunity, is like a flame enclosed in a vessel and goes out. Also like seed cast upon the sand, which fails to grow and so perishes with its power of germination. But to think and will, and from that to do, is like a flame that gives heat and light all around, or like a seed in the ground that grows up into a tree or flower and continues to live. Everyone can know that willing and not doing, when there is opportunity, is not willing. Also that loving and not doing good, when there is opportunity, is not loving, but mere thought that one wills and loves, and this is thought separate, which vanishes and is dissipated. Love, and will constitute the soul itself of a deed or work, and give form to its body in the honest and just things that the man does. This is the sole source of man's spiritual body, or the body of his spirit. That is, it is formed solely out of the things that the man does from his love or will. In a word, all things of man and his spirit are contained in his deeds or works. All this makes clear what the life is that awaits man after death, namely, that it is his love and his faith therefrom, not only in potency but also in act, thus that it is his deeds or works, because in these all things of man's love and faith are contained. It is man's ruling love that awaits him after death, and this is in no way changed to eternity. Everyone has many loves, but they are all related to his ruling love, and make one with it or together compose it. All things of the will that are in harmony with the ruling love are called loves, because they are loved. These loves are both inner and outer, some directly connected and some mediately, some nearer and some more remote. They are subservient in various ways. Taken together they constitute a kingdom, as it were, such being the order in which they are arranged in man, although man knows nothing whatever about that arrangement. And yet something of it is made manifest to him in the other life, for the spread of his thought and affection there is in accordance with the arrangement of his loves. His thought and affection extending into heavenly societies when the ruling love is made up of the loves of heaven, but into infernal societies when it is made up of the loves of hell. That all the thought and affection of spirits and of angels has extension into societies may be seen above, in the chapters on the wisdom of the angels of heaven, and on the form of heaven which determines affiliations and communications there. But what has been said thus far appeals only to the thought of the rational man. That it may also be presented to the perception derived from the senses, I will add some experiences by which it may be illustrated and confirmed. First, man after death is his own love or his own will. Second, man continues to eternity, such as his will or ruling love is. Third, the man who has heavenly and spiritual love goes to heaven, while the man who has corporeal and worldly love and no heavenly and spiritual love goes to hell. Fourth, unless faith is from heavenly love, it does not endure in man. Fifth, love in act, that is, the life of man, is what endures. Man after death is his own love or his own will. This has been proved to me by manifold experience. The entire heaven is divided into societies according to differences of good of love. And every spirit who is taken up into heaven and becomes an angel is taken to the society where his love is. And when he arrives there, he is, as it were, at home, and in the house where he was born. This the angel perceives and is affiliated with those there that are like himself. When he goes away to another place, he feels constantly a kind of resistance and a longing to return to his like, thus to his ruling love. Thus are affiliations brought about in heaven, and in a like manner in hell, where all are affiliated in accordance with loves that are the opposites of heavenly loves. It has been shown above that both heaven and hell are composed of societies, and that they are all distinguished according to differences of love. That man after death is his own love might also be seen from the fact that whatever does not make one with his ruling love is then separated, and as it were taken away from him. From one who is good, everything discordant or inharmonious is separated, and as it were taken away, and he is thus let into his own love. It is the same with an evil spirit, with the difference that from the evil truths are taken away, and from the good falsities are taken away, and this goes on until each becomes his own love. This is effected when the man's spirit is brought into the third state, which will be described hereafter. When this has been done, he turns his face constantly to his own love, and this he has continually before his eyes in whatever direction he turns. All spirits, provided they are kept in their ruling love, can be led wherever one pleases and are incapable of resistance, however clearly they may see that this is being done, and however much they may think that they will resist. They have often been permitted to try whether they could do anything contrary to their ruling love, but in vain. Their love is like a bond or a rope tied around them by which they may be led and from which they cannot loose themselves. It is the same with men in the world who are also led by their love or are led by others by means of their love. But this is more the case when they have become spirits, because they are not then permitted to make a display of any other love, or to counterfeit what is not their own. All interaction in the other life proves that the spirit of man is his ruling love, for so far anyone is acting or speaking in accord with the love of another. To the same extent is the other plainly present, with full, joyous, and lively countenance. But when one is speaking or acting contrary to another's love, to that extent the other's countenance begins to be changed, to be obscured and indiscernible until at length he wholly disappears, as if he had not been there. I have often wondered how this could be, for nothing of the kind can occur in the world, but I have been told that it is the same with the spirit in man, which when it turns itself away from another, ceases to be within his view. Another proof that a spirit is his ruling love is that every spirit seizes and appropriates all things that are in harmony with his love and rejects and repudiates all that are not. Everyone's love is like a spongy or porous wood, which imbibes such fluids as promote its growth and repels others. Also like animals of every kind, which know their proper food and seek the things that agree with their nature and avoid what disagrees. For every love wishes to be nourished on what belongs to it, evil love by falsities, and good love by truths. I have sometimes been permitted to see certain simple good spirits desiring to instruct the evil in truths and goods. But when the instruction was offered them, they fled far away, and when they came to their own, they seized with great pleasure upon the falsities that were in agreement with their love. I have also seen good spirits talking together about truths, and the good who were present listened eagerly to the conversation. But the evil who were present paid no attention to it, as if they did not hear it. In the world of spirits, ways are seen, some leading to heaven, some to hell, and each to some particular society. Good spirits go only in the ways that lead to heaven and to the society there that is in the good of their love, and do not see the ways that lead elsewhere, while evil spirits go only in the ways that lead to hell and to the society there that is in the evil of their love, and do not see the ways that lead elsewhere, or if they see them, have no wish to enter them. In the spiritual world, these ways are real appearances, which correspond to truths or falsities, and this is why ways have this signification in the word. By this evidence, from experience, what has previously been affirmed on the ground of reason is made more certain, namely, that every man after death is his own love and his own will. It is said one's own will because everyone's will is his love. Man after death continues to eternity such as his will or ruling love. This too has been confirmed by abundant experience. I have been permitted to talk with some who lived 2,000 years ago and whose lives are described in history and thus known. I found that they continued to be just the same as they were described, that is, in respect to the love out of which and according to which their lives were formed. There were others known to history that had lived 17 centuries ago, others that had lived 4 centuries ago, and 3 and so on, with whom I was permitted to talk, and I found that the same affection still ruled in them, with no other difference than that the delights of their love were turned into such things as correspond. The angels declare that the life of the ruling love is never changed in anyone even to eternity, since everyone is his love. Consequently, to change that love in a spirit is to take away or extinguish his life, and for the reason that man after death is no longer capable of being reformed by instruction, as in the world, because the outmost plane, which consists of natural knowledges and affections, is then quiescent, and not being spiritual cannot be opened. And upon that plane the interiors pertaining to the mind and disposition rest as a house rests on its foundation. And on this account, such as the life of one's love had been in the world, such he continues to be to eternity. The angels are greatly surprised that man does not know that everyone is such as his ruling love is, and that many believe that they may be saved by mercy apart from means, or by faith alone, whatever their life may be. Also, that they do not know that divine mercy works by means, and that it consists in man's being led by the Lord, both in the world and afterwards to eternity, and that those who do not live in evils are led by the divine mercy. And finally, that faith is affection for truth going forth from heavenly love which is from the Lord. The man who has heavenly and spiritual love goes to heaven, while the man who has corporeal and worldly love and no heavenly and spiritual love goes to hell. This has been made evident to me from all whom I have seen taken up into heaven or cast into hell. The life of those taken up into heaven had been derived from a heavenly and spiritual love, while the life of those cast into hell had been derived from a corporeal and worldly love. Heavenly love consists in loving what is good, honest, and just because it is good, honest, and just, and in doing this from love. And those that have this love have a life of goodness, honesty, and justice, which is the heavenly life. Those that love what is good, honest, and just for its own sake, and who do this or live it, love the Lord above all things, because this is from him. They also love the neighbor, because this is the neighbor who is to be loved. But corporeal love is loving what is good, honest, and just not for its own sake, but for the sake of self, because reputation, honor, and gain can thus be acquired. Such in what is good, honest, and just do not look to the Lord and to the neighbor, but to self and the world, and find delight in fraud. And the goodness, honesty, and justice that spring forth from fraud are evil, deceit, and dishonesty, and injustice, and these are what are loved by such in their practice of goodness, honesty, and justice. As the life of everyone is determined by these loves, so is the lot of everyone after death determined by them. The lot of those who have heavenly and spiritual love is heaven and heavenly joy. But the lot of those who are in corporeal and worldly love without heavenly and spiritual is hell and infernal joy. For all who are in the heavens are in loves to the Lord and the neighbor, while all who are in the hells are in love to self and the world. And the loves of those in the hells are what are called lusts, and are lusts because they are not loves, but hatreds. Consequently, with those in the hells the interiors burn with hatreds, thus with the opposites of heavenly loves. Therefore, nothing is more delightful and agreeable to them than to do evil, and nothing more delightful and pleasant than to hurt and torment those who do not honor, favor, or applaud them. And when they are hurt or tormented, they are in the delights of their life. And as a bird of prey when it pounces upon a bird or beast and tears it with its claws, and as a wild beast when it seizes another that it would devour. All this makes clear that as the lot of man after death is according to his love, so the lot of those in heaven is according to heavenly and spiritual love, and the lot of those in hell is according to corporeal and worldly love apart from heavenly and spiritual love. And when those who are in heavenly love are conjoined to those that are in a like love, and those who are in corporeal love to those that are in a like love, then are they joined to those that are in a like love, those that are in heavenly love to those that are in heaven, and those that are in corporeal love to those that are in hell. And after they have passed through the first and second state, they are so separated as to no longer see or know each other. For each one becomes his own love, both in respect to his interiors pertaining to his mind, and in respect to his exteriors pertaining to his face, body, and speech, for everyone becomes an image of his own love, even in externals. Those that are corporeal loves appear gross, dusky, black, and misshapen, while those that are heavenly loves appear fresh, bright, fair, and beautiful. Also in their minds and thoughts they are wholly unlike. Those that are heavenly loves are intelligent and wise, while those that are corporeal loves are stupid and, as it were, silly. When it is granted to behold the interiors and exteriors of thought and affection of those that are in heavenly love, their interiors appear like light, and some like a flamy light, while their exteriors appear in various beautiful colors like rainbows. The interiors of those that are in corporeal love appear as if black, because they are closed up, and the interiors of some who were interiorly in malignant deceit appear like a dusky fire, but their exteriors appear of a dirty color and disagreeable to the sight. Those that are in corporeal love see nothing in the light of heaven. To them the light of heaven is thick darkness, but the light of hell, which is like light from burning coals, is to them as clear light. Moreover, in the light of heaven their inward sight is so darkened that they become insane. Consequently, they shun that light and hide themselves in dens and caverns, more or less in accordance with the falsities in them derived from their evils. On the other hand, those who are in heavenly love, the more interiorly and deeply they enter into the light of heaven, see all things more clearly, and all things appear more beautiful to them, and they perceive truths more intelligently and wisely. Again, it is impossible for those who are in corporeal love to live at all in the heat of heaven. For the heat of heaven is heavenly love, but they can live in the heat of hell, which is the love of raging against others that do not favor them. The delights of that love are contempt of others, enmity, hatred, and revenge. And when they are in these delights, they are in their life, and have no idea what it is to do good to others from good itself, and for the sake of good itself, knowing only what it is to do good from evil, and for the sake of evil. Those who are in corporeal love are unable to breathe in heaven. When any evil spirit is brought into heaven, he draws his breath like one struggling in a contest, while those that are in heavenly love have a freer respiration and a fuller life the more interiorly they are in heaven. All this shows that heaven with man is heavenly and spiritual love, because on that love all things of heaven are inscribed. Also that hell in man is corporeal and worldly love apart from heavenly and spiritual love, because on such loves all things of hell are inscribed. Evidently, then, he whose love is heavenly and spiritual enters heaven, and he whose love is corporeal and worldly apart from heavenly and spiritual love enters hell. Unless faith is from heavenly love, it does not endure in man. This has been made clear to me by so much experience that, if everything I have seen and heard respecting it were collected, it would fill a volume. This I can testify, that those who are in corporeal and worldly love apart from heavenly and spiritual love have no faith whatever, and are incapable of having any. They have nothing but knowledge, or a persuasion that a thing is true because it serves their love. Some of those who claimed that they had faith were brought to those who had faith, and when they communicated with them, they perceived that they had no faith at all, and afterwards they confessed that merely believing what is true and believing the word is not faith, but that faith is loving truth from heavenly love, and willing and doing it from interior affection. Moreover, they were shown that their persuasion, which they called faith, was merely like the light of winter in which light, because it has no heat in it. All things on the earth are bound up in frost, become torpid, and lie buried under the snow. As soon, therefore, as the light of persuasion faith in them is touched by the rays of the light of heaven, it is not only extinguished, but is turned into a dense darkness, in which no one can see himself, and at the same time their interiors are so obscured that they can understand nothing at all, and at length become insane from falsities. Consequently, with such, all the truths that they have known from the Word and from the doctrine of the Church, and have called the truths of their faith, are taken away, and they imbibe in their place every falsity that is in accord with the evil of their life. For they are all let down into their loves, and into the falsities agreeing with them, and they then hate and abhor, and therefore reject truths, because they are repugnant. From all my experience in what pertains to heaven and hell, I can bear witness that all those who, from their doctrine, have professed faith alone, and whose life has been evil, are in hell. I have seen many thousands of them cast down to hell. Love in act, that is, the life of man, is what endures. This follows as a conclusion from what has just been shown from experience, and from what has been said about deeds and works. Love in act is work and deed. It must be understood that all works and deeds pertain to moral and civil life, and therefore have regard to what is honest and right, and what is just and equitable, honest and right pertaining to moral life, and just and equitable to civil life. The love from which deeds are done is either heavenly or infernal. Works and deeds of moral and civil life, when they are done from heavenly love, are heavenly. For what is done from heavenly love is done from the Lord, and everything done from the Lord is good. But the deeds and works of moral and civil life, when done from infernal love, are infernal. For what is done from this love, which is the love of self and of the world, is done from man himself, and everything that is done from man himself is in itself evil. For man regards himself in everything he does from this love, and whoever regards himself conjoins himself to hell, for this love is the love in hell. Chapter 50. The divine light and heat of heaven. It has been shown in the preceding chapter that the ruling affection or dominant love in everyone continues to eternity. It shall now be explained how the delights of everyone's life are changed after death into things that correspond. Being changed into corresponding things means into things spiritual that correspond to the natural. That they are changed into things spiritual can be seen from this: that so long as man is in his earthly body, he is in the natural world. But when he leaves that body, he enters the spiritual world and is clothed with a spiritual body. It has already been shown that angels and men after death are in a complete human form, and that the bodies with which they are clothed are spiritual bodies, also what the correspondence is of spiritual things with natural. All the delights that a man has are the delights of his ruling love. For he feels nothing to be delightful except what he loves, thus especially that which he loves above all things. It means the same whether you say the ruling love, or that which is loved above all things. These delights are various. In general, there are as many as there are ruling loves, consequently as many as there are men, spirits, and angels, for no one's ruling love is in every respect like that of another. For this reason, no one has a face exactly like that of any other. For each one's face is an image of his mind in the spiritual world. It is an image of his ruling love. In particular, everyone's delights are of infinite variety. It is impossible for any one delight to be exactly like another, or the same as another, either those that follow one after another or those that exist together at the same time, no one ever being the same as another. Nevertheless, the particular delights in everyone have reference to one universally ruling love, which in heaven is love to the Lord, and in hell is the love of self. Only from a knowledge of correspondences can it be known what spiritual delights everyone's natural delights are changed into after death, and what kind of delights they are. In general, this knowledge teaches that nothing natural can exist without something spiritual corresponding to it. In particular, it teaches what it is that corresponds, and what kind of a thing it is. Therefore, anyone that has this knowledge can ascertain and know what his own state after death will be, if he only knows what his love is, and what its relation is to the universally ruling love spoken of above, to which all loves have relation. But it is impossible for those who are in the love of self to know what their ruling love is, because they love what is their own, and call their evils goods, and the falsities that they incline to, and by which they confirm their evils, they call truths. And yet, if they were willing, they might know it from others who are wise, who see what they themselves do not see. This, however, is impossible with those who are so enticed by the love of self that they spurn all teaching of the wise. On the other hand, those who are in heavenly love accept instruction, and as soon as they are brought into the evils into which they were born, they see them from truths, for truths make evils manifest. From truth which is from good, anyone can see evil in its falsity, but from evil none can see what is good and true, and for the reason that falsities of evil are darkness and correspond to darkness. Consequently, those that are in falsities from evil are like the blind, not seeing the things that are in light, but shunning them instead, like birds of night. But as truths from good are light and correspond to light, so those that are in truths from good have sight and open eyes, and discern the things that pertain to light and shade. This too has been proved to me by experience. The angels in heaven both see and perceive the evils and falsities that sometimes arise in themselves, also the evils and falsities in spirits, in the world of spirits that are connected with the hells, although the spirits themselves are unable to see their own evils and falsities. Such spirits have no comprehension of the good of heavenly love, of conscience, of honesty and justice, except such as is done for the sake of self, neither what it is to be led by the Lord. They say that such things do not exist, and thus are of no account. All this has been said to the intent that man may examine himself, and may recognize his love by his delights, and thus, so far as he can make it out from a knowledge of correspondences, know how the delights of everyone's life are changed after death into things that correspond. But as that knowledge is not as yet generally known, I will try to throw some light on the subject by certain examples from experience. All who are in evil and who have established themselves in falsities and opposition to the truths of the Church, especially those that have rejected the word, flee from the light of heaven, and take refuge in caves that appear at their openings to be densely dark, also in clefts of rocks, and there they hide themselves. And this because they have loved falsities and hated truths. For such caves and clefts of rocks, as well as darkness, correspond to falsities as light corresponds to truths. It is their delight to dwell in such places, and undelightful to dwell in the open country. Those that have taken delight in insidious and secret plots, and in treacherous machinations do the same thing. They are also in such caves, and they frequent rooms so dark that they are even unable to see one another, and they whisper together in the ears and corners. Into this is the delight of their love changed. Those that have devoted themselves to the sciences with no other end than to acquire a reputation for learning, and have not cultivated their rational faculty by their learning, but have taken delight in the things of memory from a pride in such things. Love sandy places which they choose in preference to fields and gardens, because sandy places correspond to such studies. Those that are skilled in the doctrines of their own churches, but have not applied their knowledge to life, choose for themselves rocky places, and dwell among heaps of stones, shunning cultivated places because they dislike them. Those that have ascribed all things to nature, as well as those that have ascribed all things to their own prudence, and by various arts have raised themselves to honors and have acquired wealth, in the other life devote themselves to the study of magic arts, which are abuses of divine order, and find in these the chief delight of life. Those that have adapted divine truths to their own loves, and thereby have falsified them, love urinary things because these correspond to the delights of such loves. Those that have been sordidly avaricious dwell in cells, and love swinish filth and such stenches as are exhaled from undigested food in the stomach. Those that have spent their life in mere pleasures and have lived delicately and indulged their palate and stomach, loving such things as the highest good that life affords. Love in the other life excrementitious things and privies, in which they find their delight, for the reason that such pleasures are spiritual filth, places that are clean and free from filth they shun, finding them undelightful. Those that have taken delight in adulteries pass their time in brothels, where all things are vile and filthy. These they love, and chaste homes they shun, falling into a swoon as soon as they enter them. Nothing is more delightful to them than to break up marriages. Those that have cherished a spirit of revenge, and have thereby contracted a savage and cruel nature love cadaverous substances, and are in hells of that nature, and so on. But the delights of life for those that have lived in the world in heavenly love are changed into such corresponding things as exist in the heavens, which spring from the sun of heaven, and its light presents to view such things as have divine things inwardly concealed in them. The things that appear in that light affect the interiors of the minds of the angels, and at the same time the exteriors pertaining to their bodies, and as the divine light, which is divine truth going forth from the Lord, flows into their minds opened by heavenly love, it presents outwardly such things as correspond to the delights of their love. It has already been shown in the chapter on representatives and appearances in heaven, and in the chapter on the wisdom of the angels, that the things that appear to the sight in the heavens correspond to the interiors of angels, or to the things pertaining to their faith and love, and thus to their intelligence and wisdom. Having already begun to establish this point by examples from experience, to make clearer what has been previously said on the ground of causes of things, I will state briefly some particulars respecting the heavenly delightful things into which the natural delights of those that have lived in heavenly love in the world are changed. Those that have loved divine truths and the word from an interior affection, or from an affection for truth itself, dwell in the other life in light, in elevated places that appear like mountains where they are continually in the light of heaven. They do not know what darkness is like that of night in the world. They live also in a vernal temperature. There are presented to their view fields filled with grain and vineyards. In their houses everything glows as if from precious stones, and looking through the windows is like looking through pure crystal. Such are the delights of their vision. But these same things are interiorly delightful, because of their being correspondences of divine heavenly things. For the truths from the word which they have loved correspond to fields of grain, vineyards, precious stones, windows, and crystals. Those that have applied the doctrinals of the Church, which are from the word immediately to life, are in the inmost heaven, and surpass all others in their delights of wisdom. In every object they see what is divine. The objects they see indeed with their eyes, but the corresponding divine things flow in immediately into their minds and fill them with a blessedness that affects all their sensations. Thus before their eyes all things seem to laugh, to play, and to live. Those that have loved knowledge and have thereby cultivated their rational faculty and acquired intelligence, and at the same time have acknowledged the divine, these in the other life have their pleasure in knowledge and their rational delight changed into spiritual delight, which is delight in knowing good and truth. They dwell in gardens where flower beds and grass plots are seen beautifully arranged, with rows of trees round about and arbors and walks, the trees and flowers changing from day to day. The view imparts delight to their minds in a general way, and the variations in detail continually renew the delight, and as everything there corresponds to something divine. And they are skilled in the knowledge of correspondences, they are constantly filled with new knowledges, and by these their spiritual rational faculty is perfected, and its delight is perfected, because gardens, flower beds, grass plots, and trees correspond to sciences, knowledges, and the intelligences therefrom. Those that have ascribed all things to the divine, regarding nature as relatively dead and merely subservient to things spiritual, and have confirmed themselves in this view, are in heavenly light, and all things that appear before their eyes are made by that light transparent. And in their transparency exhibit innumerable variegations of light, which their internal sight takes in, as it were directly, and from this they perceive interior delights. The things seen within their houses are as if made of diamonds, with similar variegations of light. The walls of their houses, as already said, are like crystal and thus also transparent, and in them seemingly flowing forms representative of heavenly things are seen also with unceasing variety. And this because such transparency corresponds to the understanding when it has been enlightened by the light of heaven, and in that light the veils have been removed which natural light has interposed. With reference to such things and infinite others, it is said by those that have been in heaven that they have seen what eye has never seen, and from a perception of divine things communicated to them by those who are in the inmost heaven, that they have heard what ear has never heard. Those that have not acted clandestinely, but have been willing to have all that they have thought made known so far as civil life would permit, because their thoughts have all been in accord with what is honest and just from the divine. These in heaven have faces full of light, and in that light every least affection and thought is seen in the face as in its form. In their speech and actions they are like images of their affections. Therefore these are more loved than others. While they are speaking, the face becomes a little obscured. But as soon as they have spoken, the things they have said become plainly manifest all at once in the face. And as all the objects that exist round about them correspond to their interiors, these assume such an appearance that others can clearly perceive what they represent and signify. Spirits that have found no delight in their evils but have been willing to have them laid open and to have them condemned appear to bend themselves toward hell, with the head downward and the body above, because in the light of heaven all such things appear inverted. But the delights of those that have lived in heavenly love are changed into corresponding things that are in heaven. Those that have found delight in clandestine acts, when they see such at a distance, flee from them, and appear to themselves to creep away from them like serpents. Those that have regarded adulteries as abominable, and have lived in a chaste love of marriage, are more than all others in the order and form of heaven, and therefore in all beauty, and continue unceasingly in the flower of youth. The delights of their love are ineffable and increase to eternity. For all the delights and joys of heaven flow into that love, because that love descends from the conjunction of the Lord with heaven and with the Church, and in general from the conjunction of good and truth, which conjunction is heaven itself in general, and with each angel in particular. What their outward delights are, it is impossible to describe in human words. These are only a few of the things that have been told me about the correspondences of the delights of those that are in heavenly love. All this makes evident that everyone's delights are changed after death into their correspondences, while the love itself continues to eternity. This is true of marriage love, of the love of justice, honesty, goodness, and truth, the love of sciences and of knowledges, the love of intelligence and wisdom, and the rest. From these love's delights flow like streams from their fountain, and these continue, but when raised from natural to spiritual delights, they are exalted to a higher degree. Chapter 51. The Power of Divine Truth in Creation. There are 3 states that man passes through after death before he enters either heaven or hell. The first state is the state of his exteriors, the second state the state of his interiors, and the third his state of preparation. These states man passes through in the world of spirits. There are some, however, that do not pass through them, but immediately after death are either taken up into heaven or cast into hell. Those that are immediately taken up into heaven are those that have been regenerated and prepared for heaven. Those that have been so regenerated and prepared that they need simply to cast off natural impurities with the body are at once taken up by the angels into heaven. I have seen them so taken up soon after the hour of death. On the other hand, those that have been inwardly wicked while maintaining an outward appearance of goodness, and have thus filled up the measure of their wickedness by artifice, using goodness as a means of deceiving, these are at once cast into hell. I have seen some such cast into hell immediately after death. One of the most deceitful, with his head downward and feet upward, and others in other ways. There are some that immediately after death are cast into caverns, and are thus separated from those that are in the world of spirits, and are taken out from these and put back again by turns. They are such as have dealt wickedly with the neighbor under civil pretenses. But all these are few in comparison with those that are retained in the world of spirits, and are there prepared in accordance with divine order for heaven or for hell. In regard to the first state, which is the state of the exteriors, it is that which man comes into immediately after death. Every man, as regards his spirit, has exteriors and interiors. The exteriors of the spirit are the means by which it adapts the man's body in the world, especially the face, speech, and movements, to fellowship with others, while the interiors of the spirit are what belong to its own will and consequent thought. And these are rarely manifested in face, speech, and movement. For man is accustomed, from childhood, to maintain a semblance of friendship, benevolence, and sincerity, and to conceal the thoughts of his own will, living from habit a moral and civil life in externals, whatever he may be internally. As a result of this habit, man scarcely knows what his interiors are, and gives little thought to them. The first state of man after death resembles his state in the world, for he is then likewise in externals, having a like face, like speech, and a like disposition, thus a like moral and civil life. And in consequence, he is made aware that he is not still in the world only by giving attention to what he encounters, and from his having been told by the angels when he was resuscitated that he had become a spirit. Thus is one life continued into the other, and death is merely transition. The state of man's spirit that immediately follows his life in the world being such, he is then recognized by his friends, and by those he had known in the world. For this is something that spirits perceive not only from one's face and speech, but also from the sphere of his life when they draw near. Whenever anyone in the other life thinks about another, he brings his face before him in thought, and at the same time many things of his life. And when he does this, the other becomes present, as if he had been sent for or called. This is so in the spiritual world because thoughts there are shared, and there is no such space there as in the natural world. So all, as soon as they enter the other life, are recognized by their friends, their relatives, and those in any way known to them, and they talk with one another, and afterward associate in accordance with their friendships in the world. I have often heard that those that have come from the world were rejoiced at seeing their friends again, and that their friends in turn were rejoiced that they had come. Very commonly, husband and wife come together and congratulate each other and continue together, and this for a longer or shorter time according to their delight in living together in the world. But if they had not been united by a true marriage love, which is a conjunction of minds by heavenly love, after remaining together for a while, they separate. Or if their minds had been discordant and were inwardly adverse, they break forth into open enmity and sometimes into combat. Nevertheless, they are not separated until they enter the second state, which will be treated of presently. As the life of spirits recently from the world is not unlike their life in the natural world, and as they know nothing about their state of life after death, and nothing about heaven and hell except what they have learned from the sense of the letter of the word and preaching from it, they are at first surprised to find themselves in a body and in every sense that they had in the world, and seeing like things, and they become eager to know what heaven is, what hell is, and where they are. Therefore their friends tell them about the conditions of eternal life, and take them about to various places and into various companies, and sometimes into cities, and into gardens and parks, showing them chiefly such magnificent things as delight the externals in which they are. They are then brought in turn into those notions about the state of their soul after death, and about heaven and hell that they had entertained in the life of the body, even until they feel indignant at their total ignorance of such things, and at the ignorance of the Church also. Nearly all are anxious to know whether they will get to heaven. Most of them believe that they will, because of their having lived in the world a moral and civil life, never considering that the bad and the good live a like life outwardly, alike doing good to others, attending public worship, hearing sermons and praying, and wholly ignorant that external deeds and external acts of worship are of no avail, but only the internals from which the externals proceed. There is hardly one out of thousands who knows what internals are, and that it is in them that man must find heaven and the Church. Still less is it known that outward acts are such as the intentions and thoughts are, and the love and faith in these from which they spring. And even when taught, they fail to comprehend that thinking and willing are of any avail, but only speaking and acting. Such for the most part are those that go at this day from the Christian world into the other life. Such, however, are explored by good spirits to discover what they are, and this in various ways. Since in this the first state the evil equally with the good utter truths and do good acts, and for the reason mentioned above, that like the good they have lived morally in outward respects, since they have lived under governments, and subject to laws, and have thereby acquired a reputation for justice and honesty, and have gained favor, and thus been raised to honors, and have acquired wealth. But evil spirits are distinguished from good spirits chiefly by this, that the evil give eager attention to whatever is said about external things, and but little attention to what is said about internal things, which are the truths and goods of the Church and of heaven. These they listen to, but not with attention and joy. The two classes are also distinguished by their turning repeatedly in specific directions and following, when left to themselves, the paths that lead in those directions. From such turning to certain quarters, and going in certain ways, it is known by what love they are led. All spirits that arrive from the world are connected with some society in heaven, or some society in hell, and yet only as regards their interiors, and so long as they are in exteriors, their interiors are manifested to no one, for externals cover and conceal internals, especially in the case of those who are in interior evil. But afterwards, when they come into the second state, their evils become manifest, because their interiors are then opened and their exteriors laid asleep. This first state of man after death continues with some for days, with some for months, and with some for a year, but seldom with anyone beyond a year, for a shorter or longer time with each one according to the agreement or disagreement of his interiors with his exteriors. For with everyone the exteriors and interiors must make one and correspond. In the spiritual world no one is permitted to think and will in one way, and speak and act in another. Everyone there must be an image of his own affection or his own love, and therefore such as he is inwardly, he must be outwardly. And for this reason a spirit's exteriors are first disclosed and reduced to order that they may serve the interiors as a corresponding plane. Chapter 52. The nature of influx from the spiritual world. The second state of man after death is called the state of his interiors, because he is then let into the interiors of his mind, that is, of his will and thought, while his exteriors, which he has been in during his first state, are laid asleep. Whoever gives any thought to man's life, speech, and action can see that everyone has exteriors and interiors, that is, exterior and interior thoughts and intentions. This is shown by the fact that in civil life one thinks about others in accordance with what he has heard and learned of them by report or conversation, but he does not talk with them in accordance with his thought, and if they are evil, he nevertheless treats them with civility. That this is so is seen especially in the case of pretenders and flatterers, who speak and act in one way and think and will in a wholly different way, also in the case of hypocrites, who talk about God and heaven and the salvation of souls and the truths of the Church, and their country's good and their neighbor, as if from faith and love, although in heart they believe otherwise and love themselves alone. All this makes clear that there are two kinds of thought, one exterior and the other interior, and that there are those who speak from exterior thought, while from their interior thought they have other sentiments, and that these two kinds of thought are kept separate, since the interior is carefully prevented from flowing into the exterior and becoming manifest in any way. By creation man is so formed as to have his interior and exterior thought make one by correspondence, and these do make one in those that are in good, for such both think and speak what is good only. But in those that are in evil interior and exterior thought do not make one. For such think what is evil and say what is good. With such there is an inversion of order, for good with them is on the outside and evil within, and in consequence, evil has dominion over good, and subjects it to itself as a servant, that it may serve it as a means for gaining its ends, which are of the same nature as their love. With such an end contained in the good that they seek and do, their good is evidently not good, but is infected with evil, however good it may appear in outward form to those not acquainted with their interiors. It is not so with those that are in good. With such order is not inverted, but good from interior thought flows into exterior thought, and thus into word and act. Into this order man was created, and in heaven and in the light of heaven, his interiors are in this order. And as the light of heaven is the divine truth that goes forth from the Lord, and consequently is the Lord in heaven, therefore such are led by the Lord. All this has been said to make known that every man has interior thought and exterior thought, and that these are distinct from each other. The term thought includes also the will, for thought is from the will, and thought apart from willing is impossible. All this makes clear what is meant by the state of man's exteriors and the state of his interiors. When will and thought are mentioned, will includes affection and love, and all the delight and pleasure that spring from affection and love, since all these relate to the will as to their subject. For what a man wills he loves and feels to be delightful or pleasurable. And on the other hand, what a man loves and feels to be delightful or pleasurable, that he wills. But by thought is then meant everything by which affection or love is confirmed. For thought is simply the will's form, or that whereby what is willed may appear in light. This form is made apparent through various rational analyses, which have their origin in the spiritual world and belong properly to the spirit of man. Let it be understood that man is wholly such as his interiors are, and not such as his exteriors are separate from his interiors. This is because his interiors belong to his spirit, and the life of his spirit is the life of man, for from it his body lives. And because of this, such as a man's interiors are such he continues to be to eternity, but as the exteriors pertain to the body, they are separated after death. And those of them that adhere to the spirit are laid asleep, and serve purely as a plane for the interiors, as has been shown above in treating of the memory of man which continues after death. This makes evident what is man's own and what is not his own, namely that with the evil man, nothing that belongs to his exterior thought from which he speaks or the exterior will from which he acts is his own, but only that which belongs to his interior thought and will. When the first state, which is the state of the exteriors treated of in the preceding chapter, has been passed through, the man's spirit is let into the state of his interiors, or into the state of his interior will, and its thought in which he had been in the world when left to himself to think freely and without restraint. Into this state he unconsciously glides, just as when in the world he withdraws the thought nearest to his speech, that is, from which he speaks, towards his interior thought, and abides in the latter. Therefore, in this state of his interiors, the man's spirit is in himself and in his very life. For to think freely from his own affection is the very life of man, and is himself. In this state the spirit thinks from his very will, thus from his very affection, or from his very love, and thought, and will then make one, and one in such a manner that he seems scarcely to think, but only to will. It is nearly the same when he speaks, yet with a difference that he speaks with a kind of fear that the thoughts of the will may go forth naked, since by his social life in the world this has come to be a part of his will. All men without exception are led into this state after death, because it is their spirit's own state. The former state is such as the man was in regard to his spirit when in company, and that is not his own state. That this state, namely the state of the exteriors into which man first comes after death, is not his own state, many things show, for example, that spirits not only think but also speak from their affection, since their speech is from their affection. It was in this way that man had thought while in the world, when he was thinking within himself, for at such times his thought was not from his bodily words, but he saw the things, and in a minute of time saw more than he could afterwards utter in half an hour. Again, that the state of the exteriors is not man's own state, or the state of his spirit, is evident from the fact that when he is in company in the world, he speaks in accord with the laws of moral and civil life. And at such times interior thought rules the exterior thought, as one person rules another, to keep him from transgressing the limits of decorum and good manners. It is evident also from the fact that when a man thinks within himself, he thinks how he must speak and act in order to please and to secure friendship, goodwill, and favor, and this in extraneous ways, that is, otherwise than he would do if he acted in accordance with his own will. All this shows that the state of the interiors, that the spirit is led into, is his own state, and was his own state when he was living in the world as a man. When the spirit is in the state of his interiors, it becomes clearly evident what the man was in himself when he was in the world, for at such times he acts from what is his own. He that had been in the world interiorly and good then acts rationally and wisely, and even more wisely than in the world, because he is released from connection with the body, and thus from those earthly things that caused obscurity and interposed as it were a cloud. But he that was in evil in the world then acts foolishly and insanely and even more insanely than in the world, because he is free and under no restraint. For while he lived in the world, he was sane in outward appearance, since by means of externals he made himself appear to be a rational man. But when he has been stripped of his externals, his insanities are revealed. An evil man who, in externals, takes on the semblance of a good man, may be likened to a vessel, shining and polished on the outside, and covered with a lid, within which filth of all kinds is hidden, in accordance with the Lord saying, "Ye are like whited sepulchres, which outwardly appear beautiful, but inwardly are full of dead men's bones and of all uncleanness." All that have lived a good life in the world, and have acted from conscience, who are such as have acknowledged the divine and have loved divine truths, especially such as have applied those truths to life, seem to themselves, when led into the state of their interiors, like one aroused from sleep into full wakefulness, or like one passing from darkness into light. They then think from the light of heaven, thus from an interior wisdom, and they act from good, thus from an interior affection. Heaven flows into their thoughts and affections with an interior blessedness and delight that they had previously had no knowledge of, for they have communication with the angels of heaven. They then acknowledge the Lord and worship him from their very life, for being in the state of their interiors they are in their proper life, and as freedom pertains to interior affection, they then acknowledge and worship the Lord from freedom. Thus, too, they withdraw from external sanctity and come into that internal sanctity in which worship itself truly consists. Such is the state of those that have lived a Christian life in accordance with the commandments in the Word. But the state of those that have lived an evil life in the world, and who have had no conscience, and have in consequence denied the divine, is the direct opposite of this. For everyone who lives an evil life, inwardly in himself denies the divine, however much he may suppose when in external thought that he acknowledges the Lord, and does not deny him. For acknowledging the divine and living an evil life are opposites. When such in the other life enter into the state of their interiors and are heard speaking and seen acting, they appear foolish, for from their evil lusts they burst forth into all sorts of abominations, into contempt of others, ridicule and blasphemy, hatred and revenge. They plot intrigues, some with a cunning and malice that can scarcely be believed to be possible in any man. For they are then in a state of freedom to act in harmony with the thoughts of their will, since they are separated from the outward conditions that restrained and checked them in the world. In a word, they are deprived of their rationality, because their reason while they were in the world did not have its seat in their interiors, but in their exteriors, and yet they seem to themselves to be wiser than others. This being their character while in the second state, they are let down by short intervals into the state of their exteriors, and into a recollection of their actions when they were in the state of their interiors, and some of them then feel ashamed, and confess that they have been insane. Some do not feel ashamed, and some are angry because they are not permitted to remain permanently in the state of their exteriors. But these are shown what they would be if they were to continue in that state, namely, that they would attempt to accomplish in secret ways the same evil ends, and by semblances of goodness, honesty, and justice, would mislead the simple in heart and faith, and would utterly destroy themselves, for their exteriors would at length burn with the same fire as their interiors, and their whole life would be consumed. When, in this second state, spirits become visibly just what they had been in themselves while in the world, what they then did and said secretly being now made manifest. For they are now restrained by no outward considerations, and therefore what they have said and done secretly they now say and endeavor to do openly, having no longer any fear of loss of reputation, such as they had in the world, They are also brought into many states of their evils, that what they are may be evident to angels and good spirits. Thus are hidden things laid open and secret things uncovered. In accordance with the Lord's words, there is nothing covered up that shall not be revealed, and hid that shall not be known. Whatsoever ye have said in the darkness shall be heard in the light, and what ye have spoken in the ear in the inner chambers shall be proclaimed on the housetops. And elsewhere, I say unto you, that every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment. The nature of the wicked in this state cannot be described in a few words. For each one is insane in accord with his own lusts, and these are various. Therefore I will merely mention some special instances from which conclusions can be made respecting the rest. Those that have loved themselves above everything, and in their occupations and employments have looked to their own honor, and have performed uses and found delight in them, not for the use's sake, but for the sake of reputation, that they might because of them be esteemed more worthy than others, and have thus been fascinated by their reputation for honor, are more stupid in this second state than others. For so far as one loves himself, he is separated from heaven, and so far as he is separated from heaven, he is separated from wisdom. But those that have not only been in self-love, but have been crafty also, and have raised themselves to honors by means of crafty practices, affiliate themselves with the worst of spirits, and learn magic arts, which are abuses of divine order, and by means of these they assail and infest all who do not honor them. They lay snares, foment hatred, burning with revenge, and are eager to vent their rage on all who do not yield to them. They rush into all these enormities so far as their fiendish companions favor them, and at length they meditate upon how they can climb up into heaven to destroy it or be worshipped there as gods. To such length does their madness carry them. Papists of this character are more insane than the rest, for they cherish the notion that heaven and hell are subject to their power, and that they can remit sins at pleasure, claiming to themselves all that is divine, and calling themselves Christ. This persuasion is such with them, that wherever it flows in, it disturbs the mind and induces darkness even to pain. Such are nearly the same in both the first and the second state, but in the second they are without rationality. Of their insanities and their lot after this state, some particulars will be given in the treatise on the last judgment and the destruction of Babylon. Those that have attributed creation to nature, and have therefore in heart, if not with the lips, denied the divine, and thus all things of the church and of heaven, affiliate with their like in this second state, and call every one a god who excels in craftiness, worshipping him even with divine honors. I have seen such in an assembly adoring a magician, debating about nature, and behaving like fools, as if they were beasts under a human form, while among them there were some who in the world had been in stations of dignity, and some who had been esteemed learned and wise. So with others in other states, from these few instances it may be inferred what those are whose interiors of the mind are closed against divine things, for this is the case with all who do not receive any influx from heaven. Everyone can judge from himself how he would act if being such he were left free to act with no fear of the law, and no fear in regard to life, and with no outward restraints, such as fear of injury to one's reputation or of loss of honor, and gain and consequent pleasures. Nevertheless, the insanity of such is restrained by the Lord that it may not rush beyond the limits of use, for even such spirits perform some use. In them good spirits see what evil is and its nature, and what man is when he is not led by the Lord. Another of their uses is their collecting together evil spirits like themselves, and separating them from the good. And still another is that the truths and goods that the evil had acquired by means of instruction in the world, but had applied to evil uses, are taken away from them, and given to good spirits who had not so much. For evil spirits, like men, can be imbued with truths and goods, and can even perceive them, and in some measure understand them. But as soon as they come among evil companions, these truths and goods are no longer seen or perceived, for falsities and evils flow in instead. But all who are in the places of instruction dwell apart, for each one is connected in regard to his interiors with that society of heaven, which he is about to enter. Thus as the societies of heaven are arranged in accord with the heavenly form, so are the places there where instruction is given. And for this reason, when those places are viewed from heaven, something like a heaven in a smaller form is seen. They are spread out in length from east to west, and in breadth from south to north, but the breadth appears less than the length. The arrangement in general is as follows. In front are those who died in childhood and have been brought up in heaven to the age of early youth. These, after passing the state of their infancy with those having charge of them, are brought hither by the Lord and instructed. Behind these are the places where those are taught who died in adult age, and who in the world had an affection for truth derived from good of life. Again, behind these are those who in the world were connected with the Mohammedan religion, and lived a moral life, and acknowledged one divine and the Lord as the very prophet. When these withdraw from Muhammad, because he can give them no help, they approach the Lord and worship him, and acknowledge his divinity. And they are then instructed in the Christian religion. Behind these, more to the north, are the places of instruction of various heathen nations, who in the world have lived a good life in conformity with their religion, and have thereby acquired a kind of conscience, and have done what is just and right, not so much from a regard to the laws of their government, as from a regard to the laws of religion, which they believed ought to be sacredly observed, and in no way violated by their doings. When these have been taught, they are all easily led to acknowledge the Lord, because it is impressed on their hearts that God is not invisible, but is visible under a human form. These in number exceed all the rest, and the best of them are from Africa. But all are not taught in the same way, nor by the same societies of heaven. Those that have been brought up from childhood in heaven, not having imbibed falsities from the falsities of religion, or defiled their spiritual life with the dregs pertaining to honors and riches in the world, receive instruction from the angels of the interior heavens, while those that have died in adult age receive instruction mainly from angels of the lowest heaven, because these angels are better suited to them than the angels of the interior heavens, who are in interior wisdom, which is not yet acceptable to them. But the Mohammedans receive instruction from angels who had been previously in the same religion and had been converted to Christianity. The heathen, too, are taught by their angels. All teaching there is from doctrine drawn from the Word and not from the Word apart from doctrine. Christians are taught from heavenly doctrine, which is in entire agreement with the internal sense of the word. All others, as the Mohammedans and heathen, are taught from doctrines suited to their apprehension, which differ from heavenly doctrine only in this, that spiritual life is taught by means of moral life in harmony with the tenets of their religion from which they had derived their life in the world. Instruction in the heavens differs from instruction on earth in that knowledge is not committed to memory, but to life. For the memory of spirits is in their life, for they receive and imbibe everything that is in harmony with their life, and do not receive, still less imbibe, what is not in harmony with it. For spirits are affections, and are therefore, in a human form, similar to their affections. Being such, they are constantly animated by an affection for truth that looks to the uses of life. For the Lord provides for everyone's loving the uses suited to his genius, and that love is exalted by the hope of becoming an angel. And as all the uses of heaven have relation to the general use, which is the good of the Lord's kingdom, which in heaven is the fatherland, and as all special and particular uses are to be valued in proportion as they more closely and fully have regard to that general use. So all of these special and particular uses, which are innumerable, are good and heavenly. Therefore, in everyone, an affection for truth is so conjoined with an affection for use that the two make one. And thereby truth is so implanted in use that the truths they acquire are truths of use. In this way, our angelic spirits are taught and prepared for heaven. An affection for truth that is suited to the use is insinuated by various means, most of which are unknown in the world, chiefly by representatives of uses which in the spiritual world are exhibited in 1,000 ways, and with such delights and pleasures that they permeate the spirit from the interiors of its mind to the exteriors of its body, and thus affect the whole. And in consequence the spirit becomes, as it were, his use. Therefore, when he comes into his society, into which he is initiated by instruction, he is in his life by being in his use. From all this, it is clear that knowledges, which are external truths, do not bring anyone into heaven, but the life itself, which is a life of uses implanted by means of knowledges. There were some spirits who had convinced themselves, by thinking about it in the world, that they would go to heaven and be received before others because of their learning and their great knowledge of the word and of the doctrines of their churches, believing that they were wise in consequence, and were such as are meant by those of whom it is said that they shall shine as the brightness of the firmament and as the stars. But these were examined to see whether their knowledges resided in the memory or in the life. such of them as had a genuine affection of truth, that is, who had uses separated from what pertains to the body and the world as their end, which are essentially spiritual uses. These, when they had been instructed, were received into heaven, and it was then given them to know what it is that shines in heaven, namely, divine truth in use, which is a plane that receives the rays of that light and turns them into various splendors. But those in whom knowledge resided merely in the memory, and who had acquired therefrom an ability to reason about truths and to prove what they had already accepted as principles, seeing such principles, after they had confirmed them as truths, although they were falsities, these, as they were in no heavenly light, and yet were in a belief derived from the conceit that usually adheres to such intelligence, that they were more learned than others, and would for that reason enter heaven and be served by the angels. In order that they might be withdrawn from their delusive faith, they were taken up to the first or outmost heaven to be introduced into an angelic society. But at the very threshold, their eyes began to be darkened by the inflowing of the light of heaven, and their understanding to be disturbed, and at length they began to gasp as if at the point of death. And as soon as they felt the heat of heaven, which is heavenly love, they began to be inwardly tormented. They were therefore cast down, and afterwards were taught that knowledges do not make an angel, but the life itself which is gained by means of knowledges. For knowledges, regarded in themselves, are outside of heaven, but life acquired by means of knowledges is within heaven. When spirits have been prepared for heaven by instruction in the places above described, which is effected in a short time on account of their being in spiritual ideas that comprehend many particulars together, they are clothed with angelic garments, which are mostly glowing white, as if made of fine linen, and they are thus brought to the way that leads upwards towards heaven, and are delivered there to angel guards, and afterwards are received by other angels, and introduced into societies, and into many blessednesses there. After this, each one is led by the Lord into his own society, which is also affected by various ways, sometimes by winding paths. The ways by which they are led are not known to any angel, but are known to the Lord alone. When they come to their own society, their interiors are opened, and as these are in conformity with the interiors of the angels who are in that society, they are immediately recognized and received with joy. To this I will add a memorable fact respecting the ways that lead from these places to heaven, by which the newly arrived angels are introduced. There are 8 ways, 2 from each place of instruction, one going up in an eastern direction, the other towards the west. Those that enter the Lord's celestial kingdom are introduced by the eastern way, while those that enter the spiritual kingdom are introduced by the western way. The 4 ways that lead to the Lord's celestial kingdom appear adorned with olive trees and fruit trees of various kinds, but those that lead to the Lord's spiritual kingdom appear adorned with vines and laurels. This is from correspondence, because vines and laurels correspond to affection for truth and its uses, while olives and fruits correspond to affection for good and its uses. Chapter 54. Man as a microcosm of heaven and the world. Those that have not been instructed about heaven and the way to heaven and about the life of heaven and man suppose that being received into heaven is a mere matter of mercy and is granted to those that have faith and for whom the Lord intercedes, thus that it is an admission from mere favor, consequently that all men without exception might be saved if the Lord so pleased. And some even believe that all in hell might be so saved. But those who so think know nothing about man, that he is just such as his life is, and that his life is such as his love is, both in respect to the interiors pertaining to his will and understanding, and in respect to the exteriors pertaining to his body, also that his bodily form is merely the external form in which the interiors exhibit themselves in effect, consequently, that one's love is the whole man. Nor do they know that the body lives not from itself, but from its spirit, and that a man's spirit is his essential affection, and his spiritual body is nothing else than his affection in human form, and in such a form it appears after death. So long as man remains ignorant of all this, he may be induced to believe that salvation involves nothing but the divine good pleasure, which is called mercy and grace. But first, let us consider what the divine mercy is. The divine mercy is pure mercy towards the whole human race, to save it, and it is also unceasing toward every man, and is never withdrawn from anyone, so that everyone is saved who can be saved. And yet no one can be saved except by divine means, which means the Lord reveals in the Word. The divine means are what are called divine truths, which teach how man must live in order to be saved. By these truths the Lord leads man to heaven, and by them he implants in man the life of heaven. This the Lord does for all. But the life of heaven can be implanted in no one unless he abstains from evil, for evil obstructs. So far, therefore, as man abstains from evil, he is led by the Lord out of pure mercy by his divine means, and this from infancy to the end of his life in the world, and afterwards to eternity. This is what is meant by the divine mercy. And from this it is evident that the mercy of the Lord is pure mercy, but not apart from means. That is, it does not look to saving all out of mere good pleasure, however they may have lived. The Lord never does anything contrary to order, because he himself is order. The divine truth that goes forth from the Lord is what constitutes order, and divine truths are the laws of order. It is in accord with these laws that the Lord leads man. Consequently, to save man by mercy apart from means would be contrary to divine order, and what is contrary to divine order is contrary to the divine. Divine order is heaven in man, and man has perverted this in himself by a life contrary to the laws of order, which are divine truths. Into this order man is brought back by the Lord out of pure mercy by means of the laws of order, and so far as he is brought back into this order he receives heaven in himself, and he that receives heaven in himself enters heaven. This again makes evident that the Lord's divine mercy is pure mercy, and not mercy apart from means. If men could be saved by mercy apart from means, all would be saved, even those in hell. In fact, there would be no hell because the Lord is mercy itself, love itself, and goodness itself. Therefore, it is inconsistent with his divine to say that he is able to save all apart from means, and does not save them. It is known from the word that the Lord wills the salvation of all, and the damnation of no one. Most of those who enter the other life from the Christian world bring with them this belief that they can be saved by mercy apart from means, and pray for that mercy. But when examined, they are found to believe that entering heaven is merely gaining admission, and that those who are let in are in heavenly joy. They are wholly ignorant of what heaven is and what heavenly joy is, and consequently are told that the Lord denies heaven to no one, and that they can be admitted and can stay there if they desire it. Those who so desired were admitted, but as soon as they reached the first threshold, they were seized with such anguish of heart from a draught of heavenly heat, which is the love in which angels are, and from an inflow of heavenly light, which is divine truth, that they felt in themselves infernal torment instead of heavenly joy, and struck with dismay they cast themselves down headlong. Thus, they were taught by living experience that it is impossible to grant heaven to anyone from mercy apart from means. I have occasionally talked with angels about this, and have told them that most of those in the world who live in evil, when they talk with others about heaven and eternal life, express no other idea than that entering heaven is merely being admitted from mercy alone, and this is believed by those especially who make faith the only medium of salvation. For such, from the principles of their religion, have no regard to the life and the deeds of love that make life, and thus to none of the other means by which the Lord implants heaven in man and renders him receptive of heavenly joy, and as they thus reject every actual mediation, they conclude, as a necessary consequence of the principle, that man enters heaven from mercy alone, to which mercy God the Father is believed to be moved by the intercession of the Son. The angels said that they knew such a tenet follows of necessity from the assumption that man is saved by faith alone, and since that tenet is the head of all the rest, and since into it, because it is not true, no light from heaven can flow, this is the source of the ignorance that prevails in the Church at this day in regard to the Lord, heaven, the life after death, heavenly joy, the essence of love and charity, and in general, in regard to good and its conjunction with truth, consequently, in regard to the life of man, whence it is and what it is. When it should be known that thought never constitutes anyone's life, but the will and the consequent deeds, and that the life is from the thought only to the extent that the thought is derived from the will. Neither is life from the faith except so far as the faith is derived from love. Angels are grieved that these persons do not know that faith alone is impossible in anyone, since faith apart from its origin, which is love, is nothing but knowledge, and in some is merely a sort of persuasion that has the semblance of faith. Such a persuasion is not in the life of man, but outside of it, since it is separated from man unless it coheres with his love. Angels said further that those who hold to this principle concerning the essential means of salvation in man must needs believe in mercy apart from means, for they perceive, both from natural light and from the experience of sight, that faith separate does not constitute the life of man, since those who lead an evil life are able to think and to be persuaded the same as others. And from this comes the belief that the evil as well as the good can be saved, provided that at the hour of death they talk with confidence about intercession, and about the mercy that is granted through that intercession. The angels declared that they had never yet seen anyone who had lived an evil life received into heaven from mercy apart from means, whatever trust or confidence he had exhibited in his talk in the world. When asked about Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, David, and the apostles, whether they were not received into heaven from mercy apart from means, the angels replied that not one of them was so received, but everyone in accordance with his life in the world, that they knew where these were, and that they were no more esteemed there than others. They said that these persons are mentioned with honor in the word for the reason that in the internal sense the Lord is meant by them, by Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the Lord in respect to the divine and the divine human, by David the Lord in respect to the divine royalty, and by the apostles the Lord in respect to divine truths. Also, that when the word is read by man, the angels have no perception whatever of these men, for their names do not enter heaven. But they have instead a perception of the Lord as he has just been described. Consequently, in the word that is in heaven there are no such names mentioned, since that word is the internal sense of the word that is in the world. I can testify from much experience that it is impossible to implant the life of heaven in those who, in the world, have lived a life opposite to the life of heaven. There were some who had believed that, when after death they should hear divine truths from the angels, they would readily accept them and believe them, and consequently live a different life, and could thus be received into heaven. But this was tried with very many, although it was confined to those who held this belief, and was permitted in their case to teach them that repentance is not possible after death. Some of those with whom the experiment was made understood truths and seemed to accept them, but as soon as they turned to the life of their love, they rejected them and even spoke against them. Others were unwilling to hear them, and at once rejected them. Others wished to have the life of love that they had contracted from the world taken away from them, and to have the angelic life or the life of heaven infused in its place. This too was permitted to be done. But as soon as the life of their love was taken away, they lay as if dead, with their powers gone. By these and other experiments, the simple good were taught that no one's life can by any means be changed after death, and that an evil life can in no way be converted into a good life, or an infernal life into an angelic life, for every spirit from head to heel is such as his love is, and therefore such as his life is, and to convert his life into its opposite is to destroy the spirit completely. The angels declare that it would be easier to change a night owl into a dove, or a horned owl into a bird of paradise, than to change an infernal spirit into an angel of heaven. That man after death continues to be such as his life had been in the world can be seen above in its own chapter. From all this, it is evident that no one can be received into heaven from mercy apart from means. Chapter 55. The spiritual significance of body parts. There are some who believe that to live the life that leads to heaven, which is called the spiritual life, is difficult, because they have been told that man must renounce the world, must divest himself of the lusts called the lusts of the body and the flesh, and must live spiritually. They understand this to mean that they must discard worldly things, which consist chiefly in riches and honors, that they must walk continually in pious meditation on God, salvation, and eternal life, and must spend their life in prayers and in reading the Word and pious books. Such is their idea of renouncing the world and living in the Spirit and not in the flesh. But that this is not at all true, it has been given me to know by much experience and from conversation with the angels. I have learned, in fact, that those who renounce the world and live in the Spirit in this manner acquire a sorrowful life that is not receptive of heavenly joy, since everyone's life continues the same after death. On the contrary, to receive the life of heaven a man must needs live in the world and engage in its business and employments, and by means of a moral and civil life there receive the spiritual life. In no other way can the spiritual life be formed in man, or his spirit prepared for heaven. For to live an internal life, and not at the same time an external life, is like dwelling in a house that has no foundation. It gradually sinks, or becomes cracked and rent asunder, or totters, till it falls. When the life of man is scanned and explored by rational insight, it is found to be threefold, namely spiritual, moral, and civil, with these three lives distinct from each other. For there are men who live a civil life and not as yet a moral and spiritual life. And there are men who live a moral life and not as yet a spiritual life. And there are those who live a civil life, a moral life, and a spiritual life at the same time. These live the life of heaven, but the former live the life of the world separated from the life of heaven. This shows in the first place that the spiritual life is not a life separated from natural life or the life of the world, but is joined with it as the soul is joined with its body. If it were separated, it would be, as was said, like living in a house that has no foundation. For moral and civil life is the active plane of the spiritual life, since to will well is the province of the spiritual life, and to act well of the moral and civil life. And if the latter is separated from the former, the spiritual life consists solely of thought and speech. The will, left with no support, recedes, and yet the will is the very spiritual part of man. That this is not so difficult as some believe to live the life that leads to heaven will now be shown. Who cannot live a civil and moral life? For everyone from his childhood is initiated into that life and learns what it is by living in the world. Moreover, everyone, whether evil or good, lives that life, for who does not wish to be called honest, and who does not wish to be called just? Almost everyone practices honesty and justice outwardly, so far as to seem to be honest and just at heart, or to seem to act from real honesty and justice. The spiritual man ought to live in like manner, and can do so as easily as the natural man can, with this difference only, that the spiritual man believes in the divine, and acts honestly and justly, not solely because to so act is in accord with civil and moral laws, but also because it is in accord with divine laws. As the spiritual man in whatever he is doing thinks about divine things, he has communication with the angels of heaven, and so far as this takes place, he is conjoined with them, and thereby his internal man, which regarded in itself is the spiritual man, is opened. When man comes into this state, he is adopted and led by the Lord, although himself unconscious of it. And then whatever he does that is honest and just pertaining to moral and civil life is done from a spiritual motive, and doing what is honest and just from a spiritual motive is doing it from honesty and justice itself, or doing it from the heart. His justice and honesty appear outwardly precisely the same as the justice and honesty of natural men, and even of evil and infernal men, but in inward form they are wholly unlike. For evil men act justly and honestly solely for the sake of themselves and the world, and therefore, if they had no fear of laws and penalties, or the loss of reputation, of honor, of gain, and of life, they would act in every respect dishonestly and unjustly, since they neither fear God nor any divine law, and therefore are not restrained by any internal bond. Consequently, they would use every opportunity to defraud, plunder, and spoil others, and this from delight. That inwardly they are such can be clearly seen from those of the same character in the other life, when everyone's externals are taken away and his internals, in which he had last lives to eternity, are opened. As such then act without external restraints, which are, as just said, fear of the law, of the loss of reputation, of honor, of gain, and of life. They act insanely and laugh at honesty and justice, from regard to divine laws. When their externals are taken away, and they are left to their internals, they act wisely, because they are conjoined to the angels of heaven, from whom wisdom is communicated to them. From all this, it can now be seen in the first place that when the internal man, that is, the will and thought, are conjoined to the divine, the civil and moral life of the spiritual man may be wholly like the civil and moral life of the natural man. Furthermore, the laws of spiritual life, the laws of civil life, and the laws of moral life are set forth in the 10 Commandments of the Decalogue. In the first 3, the laws of spiritual life. In the 4 that follow, the laws of civil life. And in the last 3, the laws of moral life. Outwardly, the merely natural man lives in accordance with the same commandments in the same way as the spiritual man does. For in like manner he worships the divine, goes to church, listens to preachings, and assumes a devout countenance, refrains from committing murder, adultery, and theft, from bearing false witness, and from defrauding his companions of their goods. But all this he does merely for the sake of himself and the world, to keep up appearances, while inwardly such a person is the direct opposite of what he appears outwardly, since in heart he denies the divine, in worship acts the hypocrite, and when left to himself and his own thoughts laughs at the holy things of the church, believing that they merely serve as a restraint for the simple multitude. Consequently, he is wholly disjoined from heaven. And not being a spiritual man, he is neither a moral man nor a civil man. For although he refrains from committing murder, he hates everyone who opposes him, and from his hatred burns with revenge, and would therefore commit murder, if he were not restrained by civil laws and external bonds which he fears. And as he longs to do so, it follows that he is continually committing murder. Although he does not commit adultery, yet as he believes it to be allowable, he is all the while an adulterer, since he commits adultery to the extent that he has the ability and as often as he has opportunity. Although he does not steal, yet as he covets the goods of others, and does not regard fraud and wicked devices as opposed to what is lawful, in intent he is continually acting the thief. The same is true of the commandments relating to moral life, which forbid false witness and coveting the goods of others. Such is every man who denies the divine, and who has no conscience derived from religion. That he is such is clearly evident from those of like character in the other life when their externals have been removed and they are led into their internals. As they are then separated from heaven, they act in unity with hell, and in consequence are affiliated with those who are in hell. It is not so with those who in heart have acknowledged the divine, and in the actions of their lives have had respect to divine laws, and have lived as fully in accord with the first 3 commandments of the Decalogue as they have in accordance with the others. When the externals of such are removed and they are let into their internals, they are wiser than they were in the world. For entering into their internals is like entering from darkness into light, from ignorance into wisdom, and from a sorrowful life into a happy life, because they are in the divine, thus in heaven. This has been said to make known what the one kind of man is and what the other is, although they have both lived the same external life. Thoughts are led or tend in accord with the intentions, that is, in the directions that one intends, for thought is man's internal sight and resembles the external sight in this, that to whatever point it is directed or aimed, thither it turns and there it rests. Therefore, when the internal sight or the thought is turned towards the world and rests there, the thought in consequence becomes worldly. When it turns to self and self-honor, it becomes corporeal, but when it is turned heavenwards, it becomes heavenly. So too, when turned heavenwards, it is elevated, but when turned selfward, it is drawn down from heaven and immersed in what is corporeal, and when turned towards the world, it is also turned downwards from heaven, and is spent upon those objects that are presented to the natural sight. Man's love is what constitutes his intention, and determines his internal sight, or thought, to its objects. Thus, the love of self fixes it upon self and its objects, the love of the world upon worldly objects, and the love of heaven upon heavenly objects. And when the love is known, the state of the interiors which constitute the mind can be known. That is, the interiors of one who loves heaven are raised towards heaven and are opened above, while the interiors of one who loves the world or who loves himself are closed above and are opened outwardly. From this the conclusion follows that when the higher regions of the mind are closed above, man can no longer see the objects pertaining to heaven and the church, but those objects are in thick darkness to him. And what is in thick darkness is either denied or not understood. And this is why those that love themselves and the world above all things, since the higher regions of their minds are closed, in heart deny divine truths, and if from their memory they say anything about them, they nevertheless do not understand them. Moreover, they regard them in the same way as they regard worldly and corporeal things, and being such, they are able to direct the mind to those things only that enter through the senses of the body, and in these alone do they find delight. Among these are also many things that are filthy, obscene, profane, and wicked, and these cannot be removed, because into the minds of such no influx from heaven is possible, since their minds, as just now said, are closed above. Man's intention, by which his internal sight or thought is determined, is his will, for what a man wills he intends, and what he intends he thinks. Therefore, when his intention is heavenward, his thought is determined heavenward, and with it his whole mind, which is thus in heaven. And from heaven he beholds the things of the world beneath him, like one looking down from the roof of a house. So the man that has the interiors of his mind open can see the evils and falsities that are in him, for these are beneath the spiritual mind. On the other hand, the man whose interiors are not open is unable to see his evils and falsities, because he is not above them but in them. From all this one may conclude whence man has wisdom and whence insanity, Also, what a man will be after death when he is left to will and think, and to act and speak in accordance with his interiors. All this also has been said in order to make clear what constitutes a man's interior character. However, he may seem outwardly to resemble others. That it is not so difficult to live the life of heaven as some believe can now be seen from this, that when anything presents itself to a man that he knows to be dishonest and unjust, but to which his mind is born, it is simply necessary for him to think that it ought not to be done, because it is opposed to the divine precepts. If a man accustoms himself so to think, and from so doing establishes a habit of so thinking, he is gradually conjoined to heaven, and so far as he is conjoined to heaven, the higher regions of his mind are opened, and so far as these are opened, he sees whatever is dishonest and unjust, and so far as he sees these evils, they can be dispersed, for no evil can be dispersed until it is seen. Into this state man is able to enter because of his freedom, for is not anyone able from his freedom to so think. And when man has made a beginning, the Lord quickens all that is good in him, and causes him not only to see evils to be evils, but also to refrain from willing them, and finally to turn away from them. This is meant by the Lord's words, "My yoke is easy, and my burden is light." But it must be understood that the difficulty of so thinking, and of resisting evils, increases so far as man from his will does evils. For in the same measure he becomes accustomed to them, until at length he no longer sees them, and finally loves them, and from the delight of his love excuses them, and confirms them by every kind of fallacy. This is the fate of those who in early youth plunge into evils without restraint, and also reject divine things from the heart. The way that leads to heaven and the way that leads to hell were once represented to me. There was a broad way tending towards the left or the north, and many spirits were seen going in it. But at a distance a large stone was seen where the broad way came to an end. From that stone 2 ways branched off, one to the left and one in the opposite direction to the right. The way that went to the left was narrow or straightened, leading through the west to the south, and thus into the light of heaven. The way that went to the right was broad and spacious, leading obliquely downwards towards hell. All at first seemed to be going the same way until they came to the large stone at the head of the 2 ways. When they reached that point, they divided. The good turned to the left and entered the straightened way that led to heaven, while the evil, not seeing the stone at the fork of the ways, fell upon it and were hurt. And when they rose up, they ran on in the broad way to the right, which went towards hell. What all this meant was afterwards explained to me. The first way that was broad, wherein many both good and evil went together and talked with each other as friends, because there was no visible difference between them, represented those who externally live alike honestly and justly, and yet interiorly think differently. The stone at the head of the 2 ways, or at the corner, upon which the evil fell and from which they ran into the way leading to hell, represented the divine truth, which is rejected by those who look towards hell. And in the highest sense the stone signified the Lord's divine human. But those who acknowledged the divine truth, and also the divine of the Lord, went by the way that led to heaven. By this again it was shown that in externals the evil lead the same kind of life as the good, or go the same way, that is, one as readily as the other. And yet those who from the heart acknowledge the divine, especially those within the church who acknowledge the divine of the Lord, are led to heaven, while those who do not are led to hell. The thoughts of man that proceed from intention or will are represented in the other life by ways, and ways are visibly presented there in exact accord with those thoughts of intention, and in accord with those thoughts everyone walks. For this reason, the character of spirits and their thoughts are known from their ways. This also makes clear what is meant by the Lord's words, "Enter ye in through the narrow gate. For wide is the gate and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many be they that enter in thereby. For straitened is the way and narrow the gate that leadeth to life, and few be they who find it." The way that leads to life is straitened, not because it is difficult, but because there are few who find it, as is said here. The stone seen at the corner, where the broad and common way ended, and from which 2 ways were seen to lead in opposite directions, illustrated what is signified by these words of the Lord. "Have you not read what is written? The stone which the builders rejected was made the head of the corner. Whosoever shall fall upon that stone shall be broken." Stone signifies divine truth, and the stone of Israel the Lord in respect to his divine human. The builders mean those who are of the church. The head of the corner is where the two ways are. To fall and to be broken is to deny and perish. I have been permitted to talk with some in the other life, who had withdrawn from worldly affairs that they might live in a pious and holy manner. Also with some who had afflicted themselves in various ways, believing that they were thereby renouncing the world and subduing the lusts of the flesh. But as most of these have thus acquired a sorrowful life, and had withdrawn from the life of charity, which life can be lived only in the midst of the world, they are not receptive of heavenly joy, nor capable of being affiliated with angels, because the life of angels is a life of joy resulting from a state of blessedness and consists in performing good deeds, which are works of charity. Moreover, those who have lived a life withdrawn from worldly employments are inflamed with the idea of their own merit and are continually desiring heaven on that account, and thinking of heavenly joy as a reward, utterly ignorant of what heavenly joy is. When such are admitted into the company of angels and into their joy, which discards merit and consists in active labors and practical services, and in a blessedness resulting from the good thereby accomplished, they are astonished, like one who has found out something quite foreign to his belief. And since they are not receptive of that joy, they go away and ally themselves with spirits of their own kind that have lived in the world a life like their own. But those who have lived an outwardly holy life, constantly attending church and praying and afflicting their souls, and at the same time have thought constantly of themselves that they would be esteemed and honored for all this above others, and finally after death would be accounted saints. Such in the other life are not in heaven because they have done all this for the sake of themselves, and as they have defiled divine truths by the self-love in which they have immersed them, some of them are so insane as to think themselves gods, and are consequently in hell among those like themselves. Some are cunning and deceitful, and are in the hells of the deceitful. These are such as by means of cunning arts and devices have maintained such pious conduct as induced the common people to believe that they possessed a divine sanctity. Of this character are many of the Roman Catholic saints. I have been permitted to talk with some of them, and their life was then plainly disclosed, such as it had been in the world, and as it was afterwards. All this has been said to make known that the life that leads to heaven is not a life withdrawn from the world, but a life in the world, and that a life of piety separated from a life of charity, which is possible only in the world, does not lead to heaven, but a life of charity does. And the life of charity consists in acting honestly and justly in every employment, in every business, and in every work from an interior, that is, from a heavenly motive, and this motive is in that life whenever man acts honestly and justly, because doing so is in accord with the divine laws. Such a life is not difficult, but a life of piety separate from a life of charity is difficult, and as much as such a life is believed to lead towards heaven, so much it leads away from heaven. Chapter 56. The symbolic meaning of earthly kingdoms. Above, in treating of heaven, it has been everywhere shown that the God of heaven is the Lord, thus that the whole government of the heavens is the Lord's government. And as the relation of heaven to hell, and of hell to heaven, is like the relation between two opposites which mutually act contrary to each other, and from the action and reaction of which an equilibrium results, which gives permanence to all things of their action and reaction. So in order that all things and each thing may be kept in equilibrium, it is necessary that he who rules the one should rule the other, for unless the same Lord restrained the uprisings from the hells and checked insanities there, the equilibrium would perish and everything with it. But something about that equilibrium shall first be told. It is acknowledged that when two things mutually act against each other, and as much as one reacts and resists, the other acts and impels, since there is equal power on either side, neither has any effect, and both can then be acted upon freely by a third. For when the force of the two is neutralized by equal opposition, the force of a third has full effect and acts as easily as if there were no opposition. Such is the equilibrium between heaven and hell. Yet it is not an equilibrium like that between two combatants, one of whom is stronger than the other, but an equilibrium like that between two little boys at play who fight as enemies and embrace as friends. From hell, falsity from evil continually exhales, and from heaven, truth from good. It is this spiritual equilibrium that causes man to think and will in freedom. For whatever a man thinks and wills has reference either to evil and falsity therefrom, or to good and truth therefrom. Therefore, when he is in that equilibrium, He is in freedom either to admit or accept evil and its falsity from hell, or to admit or accept good and its truth from heaven. Every man is held in this equilibrium by the Lord, because the Lord rules both heaven and hell. But why man is held in this freedom by such an equilibrium, and why evil and falsity are not taken away from him, and good and truth implanted in him by divine power, will be told hereafter in its own chapter. A perception of the sphere of falsity from evil that flows forth from hell has often been granted me. It was like a perpetual effort to destroy all that is good and true, combined with anger and a kind of fury at not being able to do so, especially an effort to annihilate and destroy the divine of the Lord, and this because all good and truth are from him. But out of heaven, a sphere of truth from good was perceived, whereby the fury of the effort ascending from hell was restrained. The result of this was an equilibrium. This sphere from heaven was perceived to come from the Lord alone, although it appeared to come from the angels in heaven. It is from the Lord alone, and not from the angels, because every angel in heaven acknowledges that nothing of good and of truth is from himself, but all is from the Lord. In the spiritual world, truth from good is the source of all power, and falsity from evil has no power whatever. This is because the divine itself in heaven is divine good and divine truth, and all power belongs to the divine. Falsity from evil is powerless because truth from good is the source of all power, and in falsity from evil there is nothing of truth from good. Consequently, in heaven there is all power, and none in hell, for everyone in heaven is in truths from good, and everyone in hell is in falsities from evil. For no one is admitted into heaven until he is in truths from good, neither is anyone cast down into hell until he is in falsities from evil. Such, then, is the equilibrium between heaven and hell. Those who are in the world of spirits are in that equilibrium, for the world of spirits is midway between heaven and hell. From the same source, all men in the world are kept in a like equilibrium, since men in the world are ruled by the Lord by means of spirits in the world of spirits, as will be shown hereafter in its own chapter. No such equilibrium would be possible unless the Lord ruled both heaven and hell and regulated both sides. Otherwise, falsities from evil would preponderate, and would affect the simple good who are in the outmost regions of heaven, and who can be more easily perverted than the angels themselves, and thereby equilibrium would perish, and with it freedom in men. Hell, like heaven, is divided into societies, and into as many societies as there are in heaven. For every society in heaven has a society opposite to it in hell, and this for the sake of equilibrium. But evils and falsities therefrom are what distinguish the societies in hell, as goods and truths therefrom are what distinguish the societies in heaven. That for every good there is an opposite evil, and for every truth an opposite falsity, may be known from this, that nothing can exist without relation to its opposite. And what anything is in kind and degree can be known from its opposite, and from this all perception and sensation is derived. For this reason, the Lord continually provides that every society in heaven shall have an opposite in some society of hell, and that there shall be an equilibrium between the two. As hell is divided into the same number of societies as heaven, there are as many hells as there are societies of heaven, for as each society of heaven is a heaven in smaller form, so each society in hell is a hell in smaller form. As in general there are 3 heavens, so in general there are 3 hells, a lowest which is opposite to the inmost or 3rd heaven, a middle which is opposite to the middle or 2nd heaven, and a higher which is opposite to the outmost or 1st heaven. How the hells are ruled by the Lord shall be briefly explained. The hells are ruled by a general outflow from the heavens of divine good and divine truth, whereby the general endeavor flowing forth from the hells is checked and restrained, also by a particular outflow from each heaven and from each society of heaven. The hells are ruled in particular by means of the angels, to whom it is granted to look into the hells and to restrain insanities and disturbances there, and sometimes angels are sent to them who moderate these insanities and disturbances by their presence. But in general, all in the hells are ruled by means of their fears. Some are ruled by fears implanted in the world and still inherent in them. But as these fears are not sufficient and gradually subside, they are ruled by fears of punishments, and it is especially by these that they are deterred from doing evil. The punishments in hell are manifold, lighter or more severe in accordance with the evils. For the most part, the more wicked, who excel in cunning and in artifices, and who are able to hold the rest in subjection and servitude by means of punishments and consequent terror, are set over them. But these governors dare not pass beyond the limits prescribed to them. It must be understood that the sole means of restraining the violence and fury of those who are in the hells is the fear of punishment. There is no other way. It has been believed heretofore in the world that there is one devil that presides over the hells, that he was created an angel of light, but having become rebellious, he was cast down with his crew into hell. This belief has prevailed because the devil and Satan and also Lucifer are mentioned by name in the word, and the word in those places has been understood according to the sense of the letter. But by the devil and Satan there hell is meant, devil meaning the hell that is behind, where the worst dwell, who are called evil genii, and Satan the hell that is in front, where the less wicked dwell, who are called evil spirits, and Lucifer those that belong to Babel or Babylon, who would extend their dominion even into heaven. That there is no one devil to whom the hells are subject is evident also from this, that all who are in the hells, like all who are in the heavens, are from the human race, and that those who have gone there from the beginning of creation to this time amount to myriads of myriads, and every one of them is a devil in accord with his opposition to the divine while he lived in the world. Chapter 57. The Ancient Knowledge of Correspondences. An opinion has prevailed with some that God turns away his face from man, casts man away from himself, and casts him into hell, and is angry with him on account of his evil. And some believe also that God punishes man and does evil to him. In this opinion they establish themselves by the sense of the letter of the word, where such things are declared, not knowing that the spiritual sense of the word, by which the sense of the letter is made clear, is wholly different, and consequently that the genuine doctrine of the Church, which is from the spiritual sense of the word, teaches otherwise, namely, that God never turns away his face from man, and never casts man away from himself, that he casts no one into hell and is angry with no one. Everyone, moreover, whose mind is enlightened perceives this to be true when he reads the word. From the simple truth that God is good itself, love itself, and mercy itself, and that good itself cannot do evil to anyone, and love itself and mercy itself cannot cast man away from itself, because this is contrary to the very essence of mercy and love, thus contrary to the divine itself. Therefore those who think from an enlightened mind clearly perceive, when they read the word, that God never turns himself away from man. And as he never turns himself away from him, he deals with him from goodness, love, and mercy, that is, wills good to him, loves him, and is merciful to him. And from this they see that the sense of the letter of the word, in which such things are declared, has stored up within itself a spiritual sense, and that these expressions that are used in the sense of the letter in accommodation to man's apprehension and according to his first and general ideas are to be explained in accordance with the spiritual sense. Those who are enlightened see further that good and evil are two opposites, and are therefore opposed as heaven and hell are, and that all good is from heaven and all evil from hell. And as it is the divine of the Lord that makes heaven, nothing but good flows into man from the Lord, and nothing but evil from hell. Thus the Lord is continually withdrawing man from evil, and leading him to good, while hell is continually leading man into evil. Unless man were between these two, he could have no thought nor any will, still less any freedom or any choice. For all these man has by virtue of the equilibrium between good and evil. Consequently, if the Lord should turn himself away, leaving man to evil alone, man would cease to be man. All this shows that the Lord flows into every man with good, into the evil man as well as the good, but with the difference that the Lord is continually withdrawing the evil man from evil, and is continually leading the good man to good. And this difference lies in the man himself, because he is the recipient. From this it is clear that it is from hell that man does evil, and from the Lord that he does good. But man believes that whatever he does from himself, and in consequence of this, the evil that he does sticks to him as his own. And for this reason, man is the cause of his own evil, and in no way the Lord. Evil in man is hell in him, for it is the same thing whether you say evil or hell. And since man is the cause of his own evil, he is led into hell not by the Lord but by himself. For so far is the Lord from leading man into hell, that it is he who delivers man from hell. And this he does so far as man does not will and love to be in his own evil. All of man's will and love continues with him after death. He who wills and loves evil in the world wills and loves the same evil in the other life, but he no longer suffers himself to be withdrawn from it. If, therefore, a man is in evil, he is tied to hell, and in respect to his spirit is actually there, and after death he desires nothing so much as to be where his evil is. Consequently, it is man who casts himself into hell after death, not the Lord. How this comes about shall also be explained. When man enters the other life, he is received first by angels, who perform for him all good offices, and talk with him about the Lord, heaven, and the angelic life, and instruct him in things that are true and good. But if the man, now a spirit, be one who knew about these things in the world, but in heart denied or despised them, after some conversation he desires and seeks to get away from these angels. As soon as the angels perceive this, they leave him. After some interaction with others, he at length unites himself with those who are in evil like his own. When this takes place, he turns himself away from the Lord and turns his face towards the hell to which he had been joined in the world, in which those abide who are in a like love of evil. All this makes clear that the Lord draws every spirit to himself by means of angels and by means of influx from heaven. But those spirits that are in evil completely resist, and as it were tear themselves away from the Lord, and are drawn by their own evil, thus by hell, as if by a rope. And as they are so drawn, and by reason of their love of evil are eager to follow, it is evident that they themselves cast themselves into hell by their own free choice. Men in the world, because of their idea of hell, are unable to believe that this is so. In fact, in the other life before the eyes of those who are outside of hell, it does not so appear, but only so to those who cast themselves into hell, for such enter of their own accord. Those who enter from a burning love of evil appear to be cast headlong, with the head downwards and the feet upwards. It is because of this appearance that they seem to be cast into hell by divine power. From all this it can be seen that the Lord casts no one into hell, but everyone casts himself into hell. The Lord, from his divine essence, which is goodness, love, and mercy, is unable to deal in the same way with every man, because evils and their falsities prevent, and not only quench his divine influx, but even reject it. Evils and their falsities are like black clouds which interpose between the sun and the eye, and take away the sunshine and the serenity of its light, although the unceasing endeavor of the sun to dissipate the opposing clouds continues, for it is operating behind them, and in the meantime it transmits something of obscure light into the eye of man by various roundabout ways. It is the same in the spiritual world. The sun there is the Lord and the divine love, and the light there is the divine truth. Black clouds there are falsities from evil. The eye there is the understanding. So far as anyone in that world is in falsities from evil, he is encompassed by such a cloud, which is black and dense according to the degree of his evil. From this comparison it can be seen that the Lord is unceasingly present with everyone, but that he is received differently by different ones. Evil spirits are severely punished in the world of spirits, in order that by means of punishments they may be deterred from doing evil. This also appears to be from the Lord, and yet nothing of punishment there is from the Lord, but is from the evil itself, since evil is so joined with its own punishment that the two cannot be separated. For the infernal crew desire and love nothing so much as doing evil, especially inflicting punishments and torment upon others, and they maltreat and inflict punishments upon everyone who is not protected by the Lord. When, therefore, evil is done from an evil heart, because it thereby discards all protection from the Lord, infernal spirits rush upon the one who does the evil and inflict punishment. This may be partly illustrated by evils and their punishments in the world, where the two are also joined. For laws in the world prescribe a penalty for every evil, therefore, he that rushes into evil rushes also into the penalty of evil. The only difference is that in the world the evil may be concealed, but in the other life it cannot be concealed. All this makes clear that the Lord does evil to no one, and that it is the same as it is in the world, where it is not the king, nor the judge, nor the law that is the cause of punishment to the guilty, because these are not the cause of the evil in the evildoer. The internal and external man, their distinction. All who are in the hells are in evils and in falsities therefrom, and no one there is in evils and at the same time in truths. In the world, evil men for the most part have some knowledge of spiritual truths, which are the truths of the church, having been taught them from childhood, and later by preaching and by reading the word. And afterwards they have talked about them. Some have even led others to believe that they are Christians at heart, because of their knowing how to talk with pretended affection in harmony with the truth, also how to act uprightly, as if from spiritual faith. But those of this class whose interior thoughts have been hostile to these truths, and who have refrained from doing the evils that were in harmony with their thoughts only because of the civil laws or with a view to reputation, honors, and gain, are all of them evil in heart, and are in truths and goods not in respect to their spirit, but only in respect to their body, and consequently, when their externals are taken away from them in the other life, and their internals which pertain to their spirit are revealed, they are wholly in evils and falsities, and not at all in truths and goods. And it is thus made clear that truths and goods resided only in their memory merely as things known about, and that they brought them forth therefrom when talking, putting on a semblance of good seemingly from spiritual love and faith. When such are led into their internals and thus into their evils, they are no longer able to speak what is true, but only what is false, since they speak from evils, and what is false goes forth from evils. Every evil spirit is reduced to this state before he is cast into hell. This is called being vastated in respect to truths and goods. Vastation is simply being let into one's internals, that is, into what is the spirit's own, or into the spirit itself. When man after death comes into this state, he is no longer a man-spirit as he was in his first state, but is truly a spirit. For he is truly a spirit who has a face and body that correspond to his internals which pertain to his mind, that is, has an external form that is a type or effigy of his internals. A spirit is such after he has passed through the first and second states spoken of above. Consequently, when he is looked upon, his character is at once known not only from his face and from his body, but also from his speech and movements. And as he is then in himself, he can be nowhere else than where his like are. For in the spiritual world there is a complete sharing of affections and their thoughts, and in consequence a spirit is conveyed to his like as if of himself, since it is done from his affection and its delight. In fact, he turns himself in that direction, for thus he inhales his own life, or draws his breath freely, which he cannot do when he turns another way. It must be understood that this sharing with others in the spiritual world is effected in accordance with the turning of the face, and that each one has constantly before his face those who are in a love like his own, and this with every turning of the body. In consequence of this, all infernal spirits turn themselves away from the Lord toward the densely dark body and the dark luminary that are there in place of the sun and moon of this world, while all the angels of heaven turn themselves to the Lord as the Son of heaven and as the moon of heaven. From all this, it is clear that all who are in the hells are in evils and in falsities therefrom, also that they are turned to their own loves. All spirits in the hells, when seen in any light of heaven, appear in the form of their evil, for everyone there is an image of his evil, since his interiors and his exteriors act as a one, the interiors making themselves visible in the exteriors, which are the face, body, speech, and movements. Thus the character of the spirit is known as soon as he is seen. In general, evil spirits are forms of contempt of others and of menaces against those who do not pay them respect. They are forms of hatreds of various kinds, also of various kinds of revenge. Fierceness and cruelty from their interiors show through these forms, but when they are commended, venerated, and worshipped by others, their faces are restrained and take on an expression of gladness from delight. It is impossible to describe in a few words how all these forms appear, for no one is like another, although there is a general likeness among those who are in the same evil, and thus in the same infernal society, from which, as from a plane of derivation, the faces of all are seen to have a certain resemblance. In general, their faces are hideous and void of life like those of corpses. The faces of some are black, others fiery like torches, others disfigured with pimples, warts, and ulcers. Some seem to have no face, but in its stead something hairy or bony, and with some only the teeth are seen. Their bodies also are monstrous, and their speech is like the speech of anger, or of hatred, or of revenge, for what everyone speaks is from his falsity, while his tone is from his evil. In a word, they are all images of their own hell. I have not been permitted to see what the form of hell itself in general is. I have only been told that, as the entire heaven in one complex reflects a single man, so the entire hell in one complex reflects a single devil, and might be exhibited in an image of a single devil. but the forms of particular hells or infernal societies I have often been permitted to see. For at their entrances, which are called the gates of hell, a monster commonly appears that represents in a general way the form of those within. The fierce passions of those who dwell there are represented at the same time in horrible and hideous ways that I forbear to describe. But it must be understood that this is the way infernal spirits appear in the light of heaven, while among themselves they appear as men. This is of the Lord's mercy, that they may not appear as loathsome to one another, as they appear before the angels. But this appearance is a fallacy, for as soon as any ray of light from heaven is let in, their human forms appear changed into monstrous forms, such as they are in themselves. For in the light of heaven everything appears as it is in itself. For this reason they shun the light of heaven, and cast themselves down into their own light, which is like that from lighted coals, and in some cases like that from burning sulfur. But this light also is turned into mere thick darkness when any light from heaven flows in upon it. This is why the hells are said to be in thick darkness and in darkness, and why thick darkness and darkness signify falsities derived from evil, such as are in hell. From an inspection of these monstrous forms of spirits in the hells, it became evident that in general they were all forms of the love of self and the love of the world, and that the evils of which these are the specific forms have their origin in these two loves. Moreover, I have been told from heaven, and it has been proved to me by much experience that these two loves, the love of self and the love of the world, rule in the hells and constitute the hells, as love to the Lord and love towards the neighbor rule in the heavens and constitute the heavens. Also that the two loves that are the loves of hell and the two loves that are the loves of heaven are diametrically opposite to each other. At first I wondered how it is that love of self and love of the world could be so diabolical, and how those who are in these loves could be such monsters in appearance. For in the world not much thought is given to love of self, but only to that elated state of mind in external matters which is called haughtiness, and that alone, being so apparent to the sight, is regarded as love of self. Furthermore, love of self, when it is not so displayed, is believed in the world to be the very fire of life, by which man is stimulated to seek employment and to perform uses, and if he found no honor or glory in these, his mind would grow torpid. It is asked, who has ever done any worthy, useful, and distinguished deed, except for the sake of being praised and honored by others, or regarded with esteem and honor by others? And can this be from any other source than the fire of love for glory and honor, consequently for self? For this reason it is unknown in the world that love of self is the love that rules in hell and constitutes hell in man. This being so, I will first describe what the love of self is, and then will show that all evils and their falsities spring from that love as their fountain. The love of self is wishing well to oneself alone, and to others only for the sake of self, even to the church, one's country, or any human society. It consists also in doing good to all these solely for the sake of one's own reputation, honor, and glory, and unless these are seen in the uses he performs in behalf of others, he says in his heart, "How does it concern me? Why should I do this? What shall I get from it?" And therefore he does not do it. Obviously, then, he who is in the love of self does not love the church, or his country or society, nor any use, but himself alone. His delight is solely the delight of the love of self, and as the delight that comes forth from his love is what constitutes the life of man, his life is a life of self, and a life of self is a life from what is man's own. And what is man's own, regarded in itself, is nothing but evil. He who loves himself loves also those who belong to him, that is, in particular, his children and grandchildren, and in general all who are at one with him, whom he calls his. To love these is to love himself, for he regards them as it were in himself and himself in them. Among those whom he calls his are also all who commend, honor, and pay their court to him. What love of self is can be seen by comparing it with heavenly love. Heavenly love consists in loving uses for the sake of uses or goods for the sake of goods, which are done by man in behalf of the church, his country, human society, and a fellow citizen. For this is loving God and loving the neighbor, since all uses and all goods are from God, and are the neighbor who is to be loved. But he who loves these for the sake of himself loves them merely as servants, because they are serviceable to him. Consequently, it is the will of one who is in self-love that the church, his country, human societies, and his fellow citizens should serve him and not he them, for he places himself above them and places them beneath himself. Therefore, so far as anyone is in love of self, he separates himself from heaven, because he separates himself from heavenly love. Furthermore, so far as anyone is in heavenly love, which consists in loving uses and goods and being moved by delight of heart when doing them for the sake of the church, country, human society, and one's fellow citizens, he is so far led by the Lord because that love is the love in which the Lord is, and which is from him. But so far as anyone is in the love of self, which consists in performing uses and goods for the sake of himself, so far he is led by himself, and so far as anyone is led by himself, he is not led by the Lord. And from this it also follows that so far as anyone loves himself, he separates himself from the divine, thus also from heaven. To be led by oneself is to be led by what is one's own, and what is man's own is nothing but evil, for man's inherited evil consists in loving self more than God, and the world more than heaven. Man is led into what is his own, that is, into his inherited evils, whenever he regards himself in the good that he does, for he then looks from good to himself, and from himself to good, and therefore he presents an image of himself in his good, and not an image of the divine. This has also been proved to me by experience. There are evil spirits, whose dwelling places are in the middle quarter between the north and the west, beneath the heavens, who are skilled in the art of leading well-disposed spirits into their nature, and thus into evils of various kinds. This they do by leading them into thoughts about themselves, either openly by praising and honoring them, or secretly by directing their affections to themselves, and so far as this is done, they turn the faces of the well-disposed spirits away from heaven, and to the same extent they obscure their understanding and call forth evils from what is their own. Man's own, which he derives by inheritance from his parents, is nothing but dense evil. Man's own is loving self more than God, and the world more than heaven, and making nothing of one's neighbor in comparison with oneself, except for the sake of self, that is one's own self. Thus it consists in love of self and of the world. All evils flow from the love of self and the love of the world when these predominate. These evils are contempt of others, enmity, hatred, revenge, cruelty, deceit. From these evils all falsity flows. That the love of self is the opposite of love to the neighbor can be seen from the origin and essence of both. The love of the neighbor of one who is in the love of self begins with oneself, for he claims that everyone is neighbor to himself, and it goes forth from him as its center to all who make one with him, diminishing in accordance with the degree of their conjunction with him by love. All outside of this circle are regarded as of no account, and those who are opposed to those in the circle and to their evils are accounted as enemies, whatever their character may be, however wise, upright, honest, or just. But spiritual love to the neighbor begins with the Lord, and goes forth from him as its center to all who are conjoined to him by love and faith, going forth in accordance with the quality of their love and faith. Again, love of self is such that so far as the reins are given, that is, so far as external bonds are removed, which are fears of the law and its penalties, and of the loss of reputation, honor, gain, employment, and life, so far it rushes on until it finally longs to rule not only over the entire world, but also over the entire heaven, and over the divine himself, knowing no limit or end. This propensity lurks hidden in everyone who is in love of self, although it is not manifest to the world, where it is held in check by such bonds as have been mentioned. Everyone can see examples of this in potentates and kings who are subject to no such restraints and bonds, but rush on and subjugate provinces and kingdoms so far as they are successful, and aspire to power and glory without limit, and still more strikingly in the Babylon of this day, which has extended its dominion into heaven, and has transferred to itself all the divine power of the Lord, and continually lusts for more. That such men, when they have entered after death the other life, are directly opposed to the divine and to heaven, and are on the side of hell, can be seen in the little work on the Last Judgment and the destruction of Babylon. Picture to yourself a society of such persons, all of whom love themselves alone, and love others only so far as they make one with themselves, and you will see that their love is precisely like the love of thieves for each other, who embrace and call one another friends so long as they are acting together, but when they cease to act together and discard their subordination to one another, they rise up against and murder one another. When the interiors or the minds of such are explored, they will be seen to be full of bitter hatred one against another, and at heart will laugh at all justice and honesty, and likewise at the divine, which they reject as of no account. This is still more evident in the societies of such in the hells treated of below. The interiors pertaining to the thoughts and affections of those who love themselves above all things are turned towards themselves and the world, and thus are turned away from the Lord and from heaven, and consequently they are obsessed with evils of every kind, and the divine cannot flow in. For if it does flow in, it is instantly submerged in thoughts of self, and is defiled, and is also mingled with the evils that flow from what is their own. This is why all such in the other life look backwards away from the Lord, and towards the densely dark body that is there in the place of the Son of the world, and is diametrically opposite to the Son of heaven, which is the Lord. Thick darkness signifies evil, and the Son of the world, the love of self. The evils of those who are in the love of self are, in general, contempt of others, envy, enmity against all who do not favor them, and consequent hostility, hatred of various kinds, revenge, cunning, deceit, unmercifulness, and cruelty. And in respect to religious matters, there is not merely a contempt for the divine, and for divine things, which are the truths and goods of the Church, but also hostility to them. When man becomes a spirit, this hostility is turned into hatred, and then he not only cannot endure to hear these truths and goods mentioned, he even burns with hatred against all who acknowledge and worship the divine. I once talked with a certain spirit who, in the world, had been a man in authority and had loved self to an unusual degree. When he simply heard someone mention the divine, and especially when he heard him mention the Lord, he was so excited by hatred arising from anger as to burn with the desire to kill. And when the reins of his love were loosened, he wished to be the devil himself, that from his love of self he might continually infest heaven. This is the desire also of some of the papist religion when they perceive in the other life that the Lord has all power, and they have none. Certain spirits were seen by me in the western quarter towards the south, who said that they had been in positions of great dignity in the world, and that they deserved to be more highly esteemed than others, and to rule over others. Their interior character was explored by angels, and it was found that in their offices in the world they had not looked to uses but to themselves, and thus that they had set themselves before uses. But as they were very eager and importunate to be set over others, they were allowed to associate with those who were consulting about matters of great importance, but it was perceived that they were unable to give any thought to the business under discussion. They were unable to see matters as they are in themselves, or to speak with reference to the use of the thing, but were able to speak only with reference to self, and that they wished to act from what is pleasing on the ground of favor. They were therefore dismissed from that duty, and left to seek employment for themselves elsewhere. Therefore, they went further into the western quarter, where they were received here and there, but everywhere were told that they thought only of themselves, and of no business except with reference to self, and for this reason they were stupid and like merely sensual corporeal spirits. On this account, wheresoever they went, they were sent away. Some time afterwards they were seen reduced to a destitute state and asking alms. Thus it was made clear that those who are in the love of self, however from the fire of that love they may seem to speak in the world wisely, speak merely from the memory, and not from any rational light. Therefore in the other life, when they are no longer permitted to bring forth the things of the natural memory, they are more stupid than others, and for the reason that they are separated from the divine. There are two kinds of dominion, one of love towards the neighbor and the other of love of self. These two dominions in their essence are direct opposites. One who rules from love towards the neighbor wills good to all, and loves nothing so much as uses, that is, serving others, which is willing good to others and performing uses, either to the church, or to the country, or to society, or to a fellow citizen. This is his love and the delight of his heart. Moreover, so far as he is exalted to dignities above others, he rejoices not for the sake of the dignities, but for the sake of the uses he is then able to perform in greater abundance and of a higher order. Such dominion exists in the heavens, but one who rules from the love of self wills good to no one except himself. The uses he performs are for the sake of his own honor and glory, which to him are the only uses. His end in serving others is that he may himself be served, honored, and permitted to rule. He seeks dignities not for the sake of the good offices he may render to his country and the church, but that he may gain eminence and glory and thereby the delight of his heart. Moreover, this love of dominion continues with everyone after his life in the world. Those that have ruled from love towards the neighbor are entrusted with authority in the heavens. But then it is not they who rule, but the uses which they love, and when uses rule, the Lord rules. But those who have ruled while in the world from love of self are in hell, and are vile slaves there. But in respect to the love of the world, it is a love opposed to heavenly love in a less degree than love of self, because the evils hidden within it are lesser evils. The love of the world consists in one's desiring to secure by any kind of artifice the wealth of others, and in setting his heart upon riches, and permitting the world to draw him and lead him away from spiritual love, which is love towards the neighbor, and thus from heaven and from the divine. But this love is manifold. There is a love of wealth for the sake of being exalted to honors, when these alone are loved. There is a love of honors and dignities with a view to the increase of wealth. There is a love of wealth for the sake of various uses that give delight in the world. There is a love of wealth merely for the sake of wealth, which is a miserly love, and so on. The end for the sake of which wealth is sought is called its use, and it is the end or use that gives to love its quality. For the love is such as is the end in view, and all other things merely serve it as means. Chapter 59, the role of spirits in human freedom. What eternal fire is, and what the gnashing of teeth is, which are mentioned in the word in reference to those who are in hell, scarcely anyone as yet has known, because the contents of the word have been thought about only in a material way, and nothing has been known about its spiritual sense. So fire has been understood by some to mean material fire, by others to mean torment in general, by others remorse of conscience, and by others it has been mentioned merely to excite terror in the wicked. Likewise, some have supposed the gnashing of teeth to mean actual gnashing, and some only a horror such as is excited when such a collision of teeth is heard. But anyone who is acquainted with the spiritual meaning of the word may know what eternal fire is, and what the gnashing of teeth is, for every expression and every meaning of the expressions in the word contains a spiritual meaning, since the word in its bosom is spiritual. And what is spiritual can be set before man only in natural forms of expression, because man is in the natural world and thinks from the things of that world. Therefore it shall now be told what is meant by eternal fire, and the gnashing of teeth into which the spirits of evil men enter after death, or which their spirits, then in the spiritual world, endure. There are two origins of heat, one the Son of Heaven, which is the Lord, and the other the Son of the world. The heat that is from the Son of Heaven, that is, the Lord, is spiritual heat, and this in its essence is love. But the heat from the Son of the world is natural heat, and this in its essence is not love, but serves spiritual heat or love as a receptacle. Evidently love in its essence is heat, since it is love in accord with its degree and quality that gives heat to the mind, and thence to the body, and this man experiences as well in the winter as in the summer. The heating of the blood is from the same source. That the natural heat that springs from the Son of the world serves spiritual heat as a receptacle is evident from the heat of the body, which is excited by the heat of its spirit and is a kind of substitute for that heat in the body. It is especially evident from the heat of spring and summer, which disposes the bodies of men as well as of animals to receive the inflowing heat from the spiritual world. But it disposes their bodies to receive the heat that flows into them from the spiritual world, for the spiritual world flows into the natural as cause into effect. Whoever believes that natural heat produces these loves is much deceived, for influx is from the spiritual world into the natural world, and not from the natural world into the spiritual, and as all love belongs to the life itself, it is spiritual. Again, he who believes that anything comes forth in the natural world without influx from the spiritual world is deceived, for what is natural comes forth, and continues to exist only from what is spiritual. Furthermore, the subjects of the vegetable kingdom derive their germinations from influx out of the spiritual world. The natural heat of springtime and summer merely disposes the seeds into their natural forms by expanding and opening them, so that influx from the spiritual world can there act as a cause. These things are mentioned to make clear that there are two kinds of heat, spiritual heat and natural heat, and that spiritual heat is from the Son of Heaven and natural heat from the Son of the world, and that influx and consequent cooperation produce the effects that appear before the eyes in the world. Spiritual heat in man is the heat of his life, because as was said above, it is in its essence love. This heat is what is meant in the word by fire. Love to the Lord and love towards the neighbor by heavenly fire, and love of self and love of the world by infernal fire. Infernal fire or love springs from a like origin as heavenly fire or love, namely the Son of Heaven or the Lord, but it is made infernal by those who receive it. For all influx from the spiritual world varies in accordance with reception, that is, in accordance with the forms into which it flows, just as it is with the heat and light from the sun of the world. The heat from that sun flowing into shrubberies and beds of flowers produces vegetation and draws forth grateful and sweet odors, but the same heat flowing into excrementitious and decaying substances produces putrefactions and draws forth rank and disgusting stenches. In like manner, the light from the same sun produces in one subject beautiful and pleasing colors, in another unbeautiful and disagreeable colors. The same is true of the heat and light from the Son of Heaven, which is love. When the heat or love from that sun flows into good, as it does in good men and angels, it makes their good fruitful. But when it flows into the evil, it produces a contrary effect, for their evils either suffocate it or pervert it. In like manner, when the light of heaven flows into the truths of good, it imparts intelligence and wisdom, but when it flows into the falsities of evil, it is turned into insanities and fantasies of various kinds. Thus, in every instance, the result is in accordance with reception. As infernal fire is the love of self and of the world, it is also every lust of these loves, since lust is love in its continuity, for what a man loves he continually lusts after. Infernal fire is also delight, since what a man loves and lusts after he perceives, when he obtains it, to be delightful. Man's delight of heart is from no other source. Infernal fire, therefore, is the lust and delight that spring from these two loves as their origins. The evils flowing from these loves are contempt of others, enmity and hostility against those who do not favor them, envy, hatred, and revenge, and from these fierceness and cruelty, and in respect to the divine, they are denial, consequent contempt, derision, and detraction of the holy things of the Church. And after death, when man becomes a spirit, these evils are changed to anger and hatred against these holy things. And as these evils breathe forth continually the destruction and murder of those whom they account as enemies, and against whom they burn with hatred and revenge, so it is the delight of their life to will to destroy and kill. And so far as they are unable to do this, to will to do mischief, to injure, and to exercise cruelty. Such is the meaning of fire in the word, where the evil and the hells are treated of, some passages from which I will here quote in the way of proof. Everyone is a hypocrite and an evildoer, and every mouth speaks folly. For wickedness burns as the fire, it devours the briars and thorns, and kindles in the thickets of the forest, and they roll upward in the rising of smoke. And the people is become like food for fire, no man spareth his brother. I will show wonders in the heavens, and in the earth, blood and fire and pillars of smoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness, the land shall become burning pitch. It shall not be quenched night nor day, the smoke thereof shall go up forever. Behold, the day cometh, burning as a furnace, and all the proud and every worker of wickedness shall be stubble, and the day that cometh shall set them on fire. Babylon is become a habitation of demons. They cried out as they saw the smoke of her burning. Her smoke goes up unto the ages of the ages. He opened the pit of the abyss, and there went up a smoke out of the pit as the smoke of a great furnace, and the sun was darkened, and the air by the smoke of the pit. Out of the mouth of the horses went forth fire, and smoke, and brimstone. By these was the third part of men killed, by the fire, and by the smoke, and by the brimstone. If anyone adores the beast, he shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God mixed with unmixed wine in the cup of his anger, and shall be tormented with fire and brimstone. The fourth angel poured out his bowl upon the sun, and it was given unto it to scorch men with fire. Therefore men were scorched with great heat. They were cast into a lake burning with fire and brimstone. Every tree that brings not forth good fruit shall be hewn down and cast into the fire. The Son of Man shall send his angels, and they shall gather out of his kingdom all things that cause stumbling and them that do iniquity, and shall cast them into a furnace of fire. The king shall say to them that are on the left hand, Depart from me, ye cursed, into eternal fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. They shall be sent into everlasting fire, into the hell of fire, where their worm shall not die, and the fire shall not be quenched. The rich man in hell said to Abraham that he was tormented in flame. In these and in many other passages, fire means the lust pertaining to love of self and love of the world, and the smoke therefrom means falsity from evil. As the lust of doing the evils that are from the love of self and of the world is meant by infernal fire, and as such is the lust of all in the hells. So when the hells are opened, there is an appearance of fire with smoke, such as is seen in conflagrations, a dense fire from the hells where the love of self prevails, and a flaming fire from the hells where love of the world prevails. But when the hells are closed, this fiery appearance is not seen, but in its place there is a kind of obscurity like a condensation of smoke, although the fire still rages within, as can be seen by the heat exhaling therefrom, which is like the heat from burnt ruins, and in some places like the heat from a heated furnace, in others like the heat from a hot bath. When this heat flows into man, it excites lusts in him, and in evil men hatred and revenge, and in the sick insanities. Such is the fire, or such the heat, that affects those who are in the above-mentioned loves, because in respect to their spirit, they are attached to those hells, even while living in the body. But it must be understood that those who are in the hells are not in fire. The fire is an appearance. Those there are conscious of no burning, but only of a warmth like that which they had felt when in the world. This appearance of fire is from correspondence, since love corresponds to fire, and all things seen in the spiritual world are seen in accordance with correspondences. Infernal fire or heat is changed into intense cold when heat from heaven flows in, and those who are in it then shiver like those seized with chills and fever, and are inwardly distressed, and for the reason that they are in direct opposition to the divine, and the heat of heaven extinguishes the heat of hell, and with it the fire of their life, and this is the cause of such cold and consequent shivering and distress. This is accompanied by thick darkness, and by infatuation and mutual blindness therefrom, but this rarely happens, and only when outbreaks that have increased beyond measure need to be repressed. Infernal fire means every lust for doing evil that flows forth from the love of self. This fire means also such torment as exists in the hells, for the lust from that love is a lust for injuring others who do not honor, venerate, and worship oneself, and in proportion to the anger thereby excited, and the hatred and revenge from that anger, is there a lust for venting one's rage upon them. When such lust is active in everyone in a society, and is restrained by no external bond, such as the fear of the law, and of the loss of reputation, honor, gain, and life, everyone from the impulse of his own evil rushes upon another, and so far as he prevails, subjugates the rest, and subjects them to his dominion, and vents his rage with delight upon those who do not submit themselves. This delight is so intimately united with the delight of bearing rule that they exist in the same measure, since the delight of doing harm is contained in all enmity, envy, hatred, and revenge, which as said above are the evils of that love. All the hells are such societies, and in consequence everyone there bears hatred in his heart against others, and from hatred bursts forth into cruelty so far as he has power. These cruelties and their torments are also meant by infernal fire, since they are the effects of lusts. It has been shown above that an evil spirit casts himself into hell of his own accord. It shall now be told in a few words how this comes about, when yet there are in hell such torments. From every hell there exhales a sphere of the lusts of those who are in it. Whenever this sphere is perceived by one who is in a like lust, he is affected at heart and filled with delight, for lust and its delight make one, since whatever one lusts after is delightful to him, and because of this a spirit turns himself hellwards, and from delight of heart lusts to go thither, since he does not yet know that such torments exist there, although he who knows it still lusts to go there. For no one in the spiritual world can resist his lust, because his lust belongs to his love, and his love belongs to his will, and his will belongs to his nature, and everyone there acts from his nature. When, therefore, a spirit of his own accord and from his freedom drifts towards his hell and enters it, he is received at first in a friendly manner, which makes him believe that he has come among friends. But this continues for a few hours only. In the meanwhile he is explored in respect to his astuteness and consequent ability, and when this has been done they begin to infest him, and this by various means, and with gradually greater severity and vehemence. This is accomplished by introducing him more interiorly and deeply into hell, for the more interior and deeper the hell, the more malignant are the spirits. After these infestations, they begin to treat him cruelly by punishments, and this goes on until he is reduced to the condition of a slave. But rebellious movements are continually springing up there, since everyone wishes to be greatest and burns with hatred against the others, and in consequence, new uprisings occur. And thus one scene is changed into another, and those who are made slaves are delivered that they may assist some new devil to subjugate others, and again those who refuse to submit and render implicit obedience are tormented in various ways, and so on continually. Such torments are the torments of hell, which are called hellfire. Gnashing of teeth is the continual contention and combat of falsities with each other, consequently of those who are in falsities, joined with contempt of others, with enmity, mockery, ridicule, blaspheming, and these evils burst into lacerations of various kinds, since everyone fights for his own falsity and calls it truth. These contentions and combats are heard outside of these hells like the gnashings of teeth, and are also turned into gnashings of teeth when truths from heaven flow in among them. In these hells are all who have acknowledged nature and have denied the divine. In the deeper of these hells are those that have confirmed themselves in such denials. As such are unable to receive anything of light from heaven, and are thus unable to see anything inwardly in themselves. They are for the most part corporeal sensual spirits who believe nothing except what they see with their eyes and touch with their hands. Therefore all the fallacies of the senses are truths to them, and it is from these that they dispute. This is why their contentions are heard as gnashings of teeth. For in the spiritual world all falsities give a grating sound, and the teeth correspond to the outmost things in nature and to the outmost things in man, which are corporeal sensual. Chapter 60. The nature of human thought and affection. In what way spirits are superior to men. Everyone can see and comprehend who thinks interiorly and knows anything of the operation of his own mind. For in his mind he can consider, evolve, and form conclusions upon more subjects in a single moment than he can utter or express in writing in half an hour. This shows the superiority of man when he is in his spirit, and therefore when he becomes a spirit. For it is the spirit that thinks, and it is the body by which the spirit expresses its thoughts in speech or writing. In consequence of this, when man after death becomes an angel, he is in intelligence and wisdom ineffable, in comparison with his intelligence and wisdom while he lived in the world. For while he lived in the world, his spirit was bound to his body, and was thereby in the natural world, and therefore whatever he thought spiritually flowed into natural ideas, which are comparatively general, gross, and obscure, and which are incapable of receiving innumerable things that pertain to spiritual thought, and which enfold spiritual thought in the obscurities that arise from worldly cares. It is otherwise when the spirit is released from the body and comes into its spiritual state, which takes place when it passes out of the natural world into the spiritual world to which it belongs. That its state as to thoughts and affections is then immeasurably superior to its former state has already been said. It is evident that the state of its thoughts and affections is then immeasurably superior to its former state. Because of this, the thoughts of angels are ineffable and inexpressible, and are therefore incapable of entering into the natural thoughts of man. And yet, every angel was born a man, and has lived as a man, and he then seemed to himself to be no wiser than any other like man. In the same degree in which angels have wisdom and intelligence, infernal spirits have malice and cunning. For the case is the same, since the spirit of man, when released from the body, is in his good or in his evil, if an angelic spirit in his good, and if an infernal spirit in his evil. Every spirit is its own good or its own evil, because he is his own love, as has been often said and shown above. Therefore, as an angelic spirit thinks, wills, speaks, and acts from his good, an infernal spirit does this from his evil. And to think, will, speak, and act from evil itself is to think, will, speak, and act from all things included in the evil. So long as man lived in the body it was different, since the evil of the spirit was then under the restraints that every man feels from the law, from hope of gain, from honor, from reputation, and from the fear of losing these. And therefore the evil of his spirit could not then burst forth and show what it was in itself. Moreover, the evil of the spirit of man then lay wrapped up and veiled in outward probity, honesty, justice, and affection for truth and good, which such a man professes and counterfeits for the sake of the world. And under these semblances the evil has lain so concealed and obscured that he himself scarcely knew that his spirit contained so much malice and craftiness, that is, that in himself he was such a devil as he becomes after death, when his spirit comes into itself and into its own nature. Such malice then manifests itself as exceeds all belief. There are thousands of evils that then burst forth from evil itself, among which are such as cannot be described in the words of any language, for it has been granted me to know, and also to perceive by much experience, since it has been granted me by the Lord to be in the spiritual world in respect to my spirit, and at the same time in the natural world in respect to my body. This I can testify, that their malice is so great that it is hardly possible to describe even 1,000th part of it, and so great that if man were not protected by the Lord, he could never be rescued from hell. For with every man there are spirits from hell as well as angels from heaven. And yet the Lord cannot protect man unless he acknowledges the divine and lives a life of faith and charity. For otherwise, man turns himself away from the Lord and turns himself to infernal spirits, and thus his spirit becomes imbued with a malice like theirs. Nevertheless, man is continually withdrawn by the Lord from the evils that he attaches, and as it were attracts to himself by his affiliation with infernal spirits, if he is not withdrawn by the internal bonds of conscience, which he fails to receive if he denies a divine. He is nevertheless withdrawn by external bonds, which are, as said above, fears in respect to the law and its penalties, and fears of the loss of gain and the deprivation of honor and reputation. In fact, such a man may be withdrawn from evils by means of the delights of his love, and through fear of the loss or deprivation of those delights, but he cannot be led thereby into spiritual goods. For as soon as such a man is led into these, he begins to give his thought to pretenses and devices by simulating or counterfeiting what is good, honest, and just for the purpose of persuading and thus deceiving. Such cunning adjoins itself to the evil of his spirit and gives form to it, causing his evil to be of the same nature as itself. Those are the worst of all who have been in evils from love of self, and at the same time inwardly in themselves have acted from deceit. For deceit penetrates more deeply into the thoughts and intentions than other evils, and infects them with poison, and thus wholly destroys the spiritual life of man. Most of these spirits are in the hells behind the back and are called genii, and there they delight to make themselves invisible and to flutter about others like phantoms, secretly infusing evil into them, which they spread around like the poison of a viper. These are more direfully tormented than others. But those who are not deceitful and who have not been so filled with malignant craftiness, and yet are in the evils derived from the love of self, are also in the hells behind, but in those less deep. On the other hand, those that have been in evils from the love of the world are in the hells in front, and are called spirits. These spirits are not such forms of evil, that is, of hatred and revenge, as those are who are in evils from the love of self, and therefore do not have such malice and cunning. And in consequence, their hells are milder. I have been permitted to learn by experience what kind of malice those possess who are called genii. Genii act upon and flow into the affections, and not the thoughts. They perceive and smell out the affections as dogs do wild beasts in the forest. Good affections, when they perceive them in another, they turn instantly into evil affections, leading and bending them in a wonderful manner by means of the other's delights. And this so secretly and with such malignant skill that the other knows nothing of it, for they most carefully guard against anything entering into the thought, as thereby they would be manifested. The seat of these in man is beneath the back part of the head. In the world they were such as deceitfully captivated the minds of others, leading and persuading them by the delights of their affections or lusts. But such spirits are not permitted by the Lord to come near to any man of whose reformation there is any hope, for they have the ability not only to destroy the conscience, but also to stir up in man his inherited evils, which otherwise lie hidden. Therefore, to prevent man from being led into these evils, these hells by the Lord's provision are entirely closed up, and when any man of such a character comes after death into the other life, he is at once cast into their hell. When the deceit and craftiness of these spirits are clearly seen, they appear as vipers. The kind of malice infernal spirits possess is evident from their nefarious arts, which are so many that to enumerate them would fill a volume, and to describe them would fill many volumes. These arts are mostly unknown in the world. One kind relates to abuses of correspondences, a second to abuses of the outmosts of divine order. a third to the communication and influx of thoughts and affections by means of turning towards another, fixing the sight upon another, and by the instrumentality of other spirits apart from themselves, and spirits sent out by themselves, a fourth to operations by fantasy, a fifth to a kind of casting themselves out beyond themselves and consequent presence elsewhere than where they are in the body, a sixth to pretenses, persuasion, and lies. The spirit of an evil man enters of itself into these arts when he is released from his body, for they are inherent in the nature of the evil in which he then is. By these arts they torment each other in the hells. But as all of these arts except those that are affected by pretenses, persuasions, and lies are unknown in the world, I will not here describe them in detail, both because they would not be comprehended and because they are too abominable to be told. The Lord permits torments in the hells because in no other way can evils be restrained and subdued. The only means of restraining and subduing evils and of keeping the infernal crew in bonds is the fear of punishment. It can be done in no other way, for without the fear of punishment and torment evil would burst forth into madness, and everything would go to pieces, like a kingdom on earth where there is no law and there are no penalties. Chapter 61. The Peril of Compulsion in Spiritual Life. In the spiritual world, that is, in the world where spirits and angels are, the same objects appear as in the natural world, that is, where men are. There is no difference in outward appearance, for in that world plains and mountains, hills and rocks and valleys are seen, also waters and many other things that are seen on earth. And yet all these things are from a spiritual origin, and all are therefore seen by the eyes of spirits and angels, and not by the eyes of men, because men are in the natural world. Spiritual beings see such things as are from a spiritual origin, and natural beings such things as are from a natural origin. Consequently, a man with his eyes can in no way see the objects that are in the spiritual world unless he is permitted to be in the spirit, or, after death, when he becomes a spirit. On the other hand, an angel or a spirit is unable to see anything at all in the natural world unless he is with a man who is permitted to speak with him. For the eyes of man are fitted to receive the light of the natural world, and the eyes of angels and spirits are fitted to receive the light of the spiritual world, although the eyes of the two are so exactly alike in appearance that they cannot be distinguished. But that the spiritual world is such the natural man cannot comprehend, and least of all the sensual man, who believes nothing except what he sees with his bodily eyes and touches with his hands, and therefore takes in by sight and touch. As his thought is from such things, it is material and not spiritual. Such being the likeness between the spiritual world and the natural world, man can hardly believe after death that he is not in the world where he was born, and from which he has departed. For this reason, death is called simply a translation from one world into another like it. The heavens are in the higher parts of the spiritual world, the world of spirits in the lower parts, and under both are the hells. The heavens are visible to spirits in the world of spirits only when their interior sight is opened, although they sometimes see them as mists or as bright clouds. This is because the angels of heaven are in an interior state in respect to intelligence and wisdom, and for this reason they are above the sight of those who are in the world of spirits. But spirits who dwell in the plains and valleys see one another, and yet when they are separated, which takes place when they are let into their interiors, the evil spirits do not see the good spirits, but the good spirits can see the evil spirits. Nevertheless, the good spirits turn themselves away from the evil spirits, and when spirits turn themselves away, they become invisible. But the hells are not seen because they are closed up. Only the entrances, which are called gates, are seen when they are opened to let in other like spirits. All the gates to the hells open from the world of spirits, and none of them from heaven. The hells are everywhere, both under the mountains, hills, and rocks, and under the plains and valleys. The openings or gates to the hells that are under the mountains, hills, and rocks appear to the sight like holes and clefts in the rocks, some extended and wide, and some straightened and narrow, and many of them rugged. They all, when looked into, appear dark and dusky, but the infernal spirits that are in them are in such a luminosity as arises from burning coals. Their eyes are adapted to the reception of that light, and for the reason that while they lived in the world they were in thick darkness in respect to divine truths because of their denying them, and were in a sort of light in respect to falsities because of their affirming them. In this way did the sight of their eyes become so formed, and for the same reason the light of heaven is thick darkness to them, and therefore when they go out of their dens they see nothing. All this makes it abundantly clear that man comes into the light of heaven just to the extent that he acknowledges the divine, and establishes in himself the things of heaven and the church, and that he comes into the thick darkness of hell just to the extent that he denies the divine, and establishes in himself what is contrary to the truths of heaven and the church. The openings or gates to the hells that are beneath the plains and valleys present to the sight different appearances. Some resemble those that are beneath the mountains, hills, and rocks. Some resemble dens and caverns. Some great chasms and whirlpools. Some resemble bogs and some stagnant water. They are all covered and are opened only when evil spirits from the world of spirits are cast in, and when they are opened there bursts forth from them either something like the fire and smoke that is seen in the air from burning buildings, or like a flame without smoke, or like soot such as comes from a burning chimney, or like a mist and thick cloud. I have heard that the infernal spirits neither see nor feel these things, because when they are in them, they are as in their own atmosphere, and thus in the delight of their life, and this for the reason that these things correspond to the evils and falsities in which they are. Fire corresponds to hatred and revenge, smoke and soot to the falsities therefrom, flame to the evils of the love of self, and a mist or thick cloud to falsities from that love. I have also been permitted to look into the hells and to see what they are within, for when the Lord wills, the sight of a spirit or angel from above may penetrate into the lowest depths beneath and explore their character, notwithstanding the coverings. In this way I have been permitted to look into them. Some of the hells appeared to the view like caverns and dens in rocks, extending inward and then downward into an abyss, either obliquely or vertically. Some of the hells appeared to the view like the dens and caves of wild beasts and forests, some like the hollow caverns and passages that are seen in mines, with caverns extending towards the lower regions. Most of the hells are threefold, the upper one appearing within to be in dense darkness, because inhabited by those who are in the falsities of evil, while the lower ones appear fiery, because inhabited by those who are in evils themselves, dense darkness corresponding to the falsities of evil and fire to evils themselves. Those that have acted interiorly from evil are in the deeper hells, and those that have acted exteriorly from evil, that is, from the falsities of evil, are in the hells that are less deep. Some hells present an appearance like the ruins of houses and cities after conflagrations, in which infernal spirits dwell and hide themselves. In the milder hells there is an appearance of rude huts, in some cases contiguous in the form of a city with lanes and streets, and within the houses are infernal spirits engaged in unceasing quarrels, enmities, fightings, and brutalities, while in the streets and lanes robberies and depredations occur. In these places dwell and hide themselves infernal spirits. In the milder hells there is an appearance of rude huts, in some cases contiguous in the form of a city, with lanes and streets. Within the houses, infernal spirits are engaged in unceasing quarrels, enmities, fightings, and brutalities, while in the streets and lanes there are robberies and depredations. In some of the hells there is nothing but brothels, disgusting to the sight and filled with every kind of filth and excrement. Again, there are dark forests, in which infernal spirits roam like wild beasts, and where there are also underground dens into which those flee who are pursued by others. There are also deserts where all is barren and sandy, and in some places there are ragged rocks in which there are caverns, and in other places huts. Into these desert places are cast out from the hells those who have suffered every extreme of punishment, especially those who in the world were more cunning than others in undertaking and contriving intrigues and deceits. Such a life is their final lot. As to the positions of the hells in detail, this is something wholly unknown even to the angels in heaven. It is known to the Lord alone. Their position in general is known from the quarters in which they are, for the hells, like the heavens, are distinguished by their quarters, and in the spiritual world their locations are determined in accordance with loves. In heaven, all the quarters begin from the Lord as the sun, who is the east, and as the hells are opposite to the heavens, their quarters begin from the opposite point, that is, from the west. For this reason, the hells in the western quarter are the worst of all and the most horrible, becoming gradually worse and more horrible the more remote they are from the east. In the western hells are those who, in the world, were in the love of self and in consequent contempt of others, in enmity against those who did not favor them, and in hatred and revenge against those who did not render them respect and homage. In the most remote hells in that quarter are those who had belonged to the so-called Catholic religion and had wished to be worshipped as gods, and who had consequently burned with hatred and revenge against all who did not acknowledge their power over the souls of men and over heaven. These continue to have the same disposition, that is, the same hatred and revenge, against those who oppose them as they had in the world. Their delight is to practice cruelties, but in the other life this delight is turned against themselves. For in their hells, with which the Western Quarter is filled, everyone rages against anyone who detracts from his divine power. Nevertheless, no one can know how the hells in that quarter are arranged, except that the most dreadful hells of that kind are at the sides toward the northern quarter, and the less dreadful toward the southern quarter. Thus the dreadfulness of the hells decreases from the northern quarter to the southern, and likewise by degrees toward the east. Toward the east are the dwelling places of the haughty, who have not believed in the divine, and yet have not been in such hatred and revenge, or in such deceit, as those who are in greater depth in the western quarter. In the eastern quarter there are at present no hells, those that were there having been transferred to the western quarter in front. In the northern and southern quarters there are many hells, and in them are those who, while in the world, were in the love of the world, and in various kinds of evil therefrom, such as enmity, hostility, theft, robbery, cunning, avarice, and unmercifulness. The worst hells of this kind are in the northern quarter, the milder in the southern. Their dreadfulness increases as they come nearer to the western quarter, and also as they are farther away from the southern quarter, and decreases toward the eastern quarter and toward the southern quarter. Behind the hells that are in the western quarter, there are dark forests in which malignant spirits roam like wild beasts, and the same is true behind the hells in the northern quarter. But behind the hells in the southern quarter, there are deserts, such as have been described above. This much respecting the situation of the hells. In regard to the number of the hells, there are as many of them as there are angelic societies in the heavens, since for every heavenly society there is a corresponding infernal society as its opposite. That the heavenly societies are numberless, and are all distinguished in accordance with the goods of love, charity, and faith, may be seen in the chapters that treat of the societies of which the heavens consist, and of the immensity of heaven. The same is true, therefore, of the infernal societies, which are distinguished in accordance with the evils that are the opposites of those goods. Every evil, as well as every good, is of infinite variety. This is beyond the comprehension of those who have only a simple idea of every evil, such as contempt, enmity, hatred, revenge, deceit, and the like. But let them know that each one of these evils contains so many specific differences, and each of these again so many particular differences, that a volume would not suffice to enumerate them. The hells are so distinctly arranged in order in accordance with the differences of every evil that nothing could be more perfectly ordered or more distinct. The hells are therefore innumerable, near to and remote from one another in accordance with the differences of evils, generically, specifically, and particularly. There are likewise hells beneath hells. Some communicate with others by passages, and more by exhalations, and this in exact accordance with the affinities of one kind or one species of evil with another. How great the number of the hells is, I have been permitted to realize from knowing that there are hells under every mountain, hill, and rock, and likewise under every plain and valley, and that they stretch out beneath these in length, in breadth, and in depth. In a word, the entire heaven and the entire world of spirits are, as it were, excavated beneath, and under them is a continuous hell.